Video game. Whoops, let's make sure I turn the thing on. There we go. Let's not have a repeat of last time. Also, no. 0. Here we go. Hey everyone. I'm Surreal Canine. It's MaGMML3. As soon as Fox shows up and lets me into his computer. I could get myself a drink, maybe. Na 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 na.
Alrighty, I'm here. And the ad break is still going on. Yo, I am here. We are doing a Mago again. We get the links going. Most exciting from this exciting. I'm gonna start making some thumbnails for some of this stuff. Hi. That's right. You can post that there. Alright, well, we will start the second through campaign. There are puppies. Hold on, let me see. We can see puppies or something all the way. There's kitties in the background. There's a puppy. It's a Mishka. Mishka. Beep, beep, beep. Oh no, Mishka. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep.
I could have had a pina colada, but I did not feel like having a pina colada, so I am not having a pina colada.
Did you get the like buttered coconut milk or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that more or less fixed it.
You get any unsweetened coconut tastes like a little weird. I'm not trying it.
I just having a chocolate milk made with almond milk now. Just gotta use it up. Can't exactly use almond milk for baking.
No. Definitely not.
If I had
You
some,
make like a rice pudding out of it if it has an almond taste to it, but I don't know.
yeah, if I wouldn't really say it has an almond taste, no, but I could make horchata out of it if I had rice flour.
Oh shoot! Did I? I never checked for an update.
Time to go check for an update.
Okay, let me do that.
I'll be here in the meantime.
We are up to
104 was the latest.
104 is what I have. Yeah. Didn't start. There it is. Yay. XX. The year was the year 20XX. The year 20XX.
Was war beginning? Speaking of which, Zero Wing is on Steam. I had no idea Zero Wing was on Steam now.
Yeah, I haven't really been looking through the Steam sale just because, like, I think it's just like I try not to be tempted with any money.
There's nothing I want.
The only thing that I
Not right now.
that I wanted was like there's like two of the like mecha fighting game, well not fighting games, but like and like Persona 3. I think was on sale. There's like what about like Stranger in Paradise on PC where it actually works. It's like I don't know. I bet like, maybe the game would be better on PC if it something like the PS4 version does. There's really not much I could see that was interested in there. Alrighty. Join up whenever you can.
Okay. Woohoo!
Here we go.
Here's my controller. Here it is. So yeah, previously we did stuff. Wait, what?
We're missing stuff with the costume.
Where? We did the crazy hard level, didn't we?
There's that spot you can see on the map that was different that we couldn't get into.
We got in there, and it had a crazy hard level.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then what the heck? Yeah, this was the level we did, yeah. I think we got everything in here, did we?
The map sure doesn't think we did.
The map doesn't think we did? Oh yeah, that's... Well, no, I mean, oh yeah, this is a different...
Kingman, yeah. Didn't we do
Yeah,
this?
we already did.
But the game says we didn't, so I guess we gotta do it again.
It didn't save? I don't remember doing this level.
Okay, I guess we didn't. Maybe we held off on doing this because it would have taken too long.
Something like that, yeah.
Ah!
Well, that was
Exploding helmet chicken. Or, I guess that's just the dinner plate. It's Butler Joe.
They got a mustache.
Three? Ah. Heh. That was neat. Also, there's nothing this way. Go figure. I follow you. Okay. Any idea what the music is?
Nope. It might be custom.
Hmm. Florna blorgy hurdle furble durble werble.
Excuse me.
Bye. You're not Tri-Castle. Woo!
Tried to back out, but couldn't.
Bang!
Oh.
Behind the card. Heh. Clever. Yay!
Ow.
This is a really good level.
Owie.
Oop.
Oh, really?
Actually, wait, how many checkpoints are there? Okay. Wait, how far back is this? Not that far.
Like glass.
Yeah, really good level. Like, this might be the best level we've played yet.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it's pretty good. Uh-oh.
We just gotta survive, I think.
Ouch, 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 ouch.
Oops. See if you can...
Oh.
I was gonna say, see if you can jump to the next ladder without hitting the card.
Problem is I need to use it to jumping another ladder to dodge one.
Yeah, okay.
Ow.
Dead.
Ow, ow, ow.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. Whoops.
Ah, okay, that's gonna be really hard to do with 2 players. Don't know who it's gonna go after.
I think it always goes after the player who shoots the card. Or not. Mimics! Chomp, chomp, chomp. Okay, then. Huh?
I don't know. Oh, I have to beat it without it killing me, I think. Or without it blighting, because it kills itself.
Nice, okay.
Ow. I'm not. Oh no! Ah, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hi. Speaking of nut, hi, sweetie. Continue, don't stand up on the screen. Okay. Ah, no.
Almost. Oh, you really don't like Spark Chaser.
Nope.
That was cool! That was a great level!
It was good.
Cruise overly.
That is.
Off to the place. Or straight to the food court.
So we can go to the place and see if there's anything new there, yeah.
Might as well get some new casino upgrades too. What?
I just want to see him shoot his fireworks. What we got? We got 60 tokens. What do we want to get? There's the shuriken one, which gives us iframe sliding.
Hmm.
Could be useful.
Yeah. Hmm. Alright, so I say Shadow Slide and Weakness Radar.
Sure. Is that you, man, up there? Who the heck are you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the dude we just fought, yeah.
Lever Man.
Sonic bumper. Scanners are telling me that this bumper thing is organic. Did it grow here? Is this a weird plant? Game is photosynthesizing right now, and I'm bothering it. It kind of looks weird,
Hey,
but I'll just leave it alone.
we need to get Sonic Man on the case. Ah, if it isn't Bastion, I have to thank you again. I can't say many of the other tournament participants were interested in pep talks.
No problem. I'm glad I could put you off, honestly. I'm surprised at how many people just decide not to listen to me. It's frustrating.
I can relate to that, but no matter. My job will be finished soon. Then I can get back to my usual tricks. Perhaps I should trick someone else into hosting a costume party. And then I can finally enter and win! I've heard a lot about this establishment, and after making a trip here, I must say, I think if this place was under my management, it would be a far superior place. Like, please, would it have killed them to add some gold flourishes here or there?
Is he from somewhere? Or...
I don't know. If it isn't Bastion, I'm not surprised to see you here.
Alright, did you say you were going to quit your job after we fought? Is that why you're at the casino instead of anywhere else?
Well, I was thinking of going to a burger joint or something, but I heard a lot of people hang out here to blow off steam. Ain't sure if that's a good thing, but here I am anyways. Once this whole tournament blows over, I'll be looking for a new way to spend my time, but for now, if I blow a gasket, the worst that'll happen is I get kicked out of a money-sucking palace. Ah, another stranger, another opportunity to test out my ability. Prepare yourself for my ultimate attack! Blah! You're remembering all the most embarrassing moments from your whole life now! You're thinking about them all, aren't you? They're torturing you, ripping you apart, replaying over and over! Tell you did think about them, please, or this whole spiel will be pretty embarrassing. I think we already talked to him. I heard the casinos were dangerous places, so I came here after I got knocked out of the tournament. But this place is boring! Where's the action? The enemies, the explosions! All people do here is gamble. Did grind out a score 10,000 on that Rift Wanderer game upstairs, meow, but I'm totally over it now. Really though, when it comes to combat situations, Flux already has me covered. Guess I'll just call it a day, meow? Simulations, not situations. Yeah. Where's the front door? Here it is. Yeah, we've talked to her.
I think if she did anything to do, but...
I haven't decided who to cheer for in this tournament yet. I find myself most drawn, however, to entrants who are talented but crass and lacking in social skills. Who you might call diamonds in the rough.
Shadow the Hedgehog, Dave?
kitty.
More and more things just sleeping there. What the heck are you?
What's up, Bastion?
Oh, it's Slizer. Long time no see. Where are you?
Suppose it has been a while, but the winds of this fate have their reasons. As you can see, I've been doing better than ever. I've kept up my training, and I only get cooler every day. I've likely left you in the dust by now. Sorry, pal.
As if keep your guys on that TV screen. Been nothing but cool this whole tournament. You know, if you're here, I would have thought you'd join too. What's wrong? Scared of going up against me? The heck?
Ha, like I'd waste my time in a contest full of amateurs. There'd be no pride in that for a warrior like me. Really, I just happen to be busy. Dr. Katamaru is such a slob, I have to pick up the slack on our taxes. Since I missed out on the tournament, I decided to get my fix for conflict another way. By hanging out with my #1 hater, Saberman. We clashed into the parking lot until our swords broke, and we're having an eating contest while we wait for repairs. Go kick some more butt, Bastion. Our time together may have been brief, but I really cherished having you by my side, partner.
Guys, it really felt like we could dominate any challenge together. What?
Bastion is playing games without you realizing it!
Is that what Prime has been up to from the time delay? Man, I never thought you'd be hanging out with Slizer of all people.
Me neither. Last thing I would want is to be around any ninja, ever. Well, he offered he'd pay me for my meal in exchange for a duel. Now that I could not refuse. Bah, standing back and throwing shurikens from afar, such a dishonorable fighting style. Despite how much I hated him, for a moment I was almost enjoying my anger. I'm recovering my energy for the next round. Good luck, Bastion. That hunter woman seems like a mighty opponent. Skull. Oh, yeah.
Nobody knew there.
Where's the tiger?
Off drinking coffee. Got anything new to say?
Chivo check. Spike Pusher R. Die sign. Wily Castle, Mega Man 4.
Three big fat cats.
Mmm, bread. Alrighty. We checking out the second floor, or just heading on over to Tier 9? Hey, Hunter Woman. Ah, Prey. So we meet again. I've been watching Forge Woman complete simulations like it was nothing recently. Truly a versatile rival. Not my quarry, certainly, but she's strong. It'd be my pleasure to face her on a battleground someday.
There, and that's the cheat shop. Nothing new here. Alright, I guess we're heading on to...
Onward to Tier 9! The food court.
How many floors we got?
We're getting there. We're starting to get into the good levels. Hopefully.
Milk.
Milk.
Why is there milk?
Glushk. That's a human person.
Oh, I forgot the name of the dude. That's that guy in the background. I think was the final boss of MaGMML3, wasn't he?
King?
Was it?
Yeah, it's King. Is it King? I mean, the final boss's name is King. I don't know if that guy is King.
I remember it was one of the biggest freaking bosses, the pain in the butt.
Yeah. Get yourself an egg and beat it.
Trim.
I wonder if anyone's hiring. Can barbecue, boil, broil, bake, saute, pan fry, deep fry, stir fry. I can make Creole dishes, kebabs, gumbo, soup, stew, salad, burgers, sandwiches. I can work with pineapple, lemon, coconut, pepper, potatoes. That's about it.
But are you fresh?
Ninja of the night.
Oh.
You must infiltrate the ninja castle and defeat the villain at the top. Restore your honor, or something like that.
That's your music, isn't it?
Okay.
Yes,
Yep.
it is.
Woo! Haven't seen those guys in a while. Good taste in music. Very good taste. Wow, floral! I could have used that. Oh well.
Well, it kind of fell on me.
The castle the other way, although you can try to get this trickery token if you're a hardcore slider. Oops. Go, 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 go! Yeah. Whoops! Smortacular. That's me. I'll catch up. Hey there, Eddie. Where are you going? You take it.
I like the messenger. I got a little annoyed when it went really like hardcore mode near the end in some places.
Yeah.
Lightning.
Ooh, that was close.
That sweetie kicked my finger right in the straight ball off that. Ah! God, I just didn't even notice.
Surprise, Susie!
It's a really tight platform there. I guess turning him black, coloring him black is definitely ninja-like, I guess.
What? Okay, wait, did you see what his weakness was? Because I didn't.
Yeah, hunter laser. Those shurikens go faster. Yeah. they can definitely come out.
Airman will not lose until he does.
Jeez, he was really weak.
I mean, he's Airman.
Airman kind of blows. Wait, you have that too?
No. I'm controlling yours, I guess.
Oh.
That's funny.
How did you manage to do that?
Controls, or Alt, yeah, Control 7.
Yeah, oh jeez, yeah, you can hit my soundboard. I just have it as like the numpad, because they don't use it for anything else. And then control whatever at the numpad.
Well, this isn't going in with any words or visual aesthetic, but man, that music is bopping. If nothing else, I'll remember this place for the excellent tune selection. The core of this level is pretty simple, spiky platform with temporary blocks. No Yoku puzzles or anything like that. It's just pure platforming with the occasional short split through the rooms. Most of the enemy encounters support that, being more obstacles than targets. But why do you have to fight them? The damn sponge and shielded trays can make them a little annoying, never mind how little Bubicon and Walking Bomb contribute. In fact, that's probably the level's core issue. It's a decent platforming level, sure, but it peaks quickly, never really changing throughout or contributing new setups. The gimmick section, sadly, isn't one that... Gimmick selection, sadly, isn't one that lends itself to a lot of scenarios, which is probably why the level's so short. Despite that, I don't think the level tapped into its full potential either. A few longer sections or even just some more thought-out combat sections in between platform rooms that go quite a ways toward bringing out more of this level's potential. Not really a whole lot to say about this one. It's a very short, very easy level that, when you really boil it down, doesn't have much going on with it. That's not to say it doesn't try, though. All the enemies and gimmicks are introduced fairly throughout the opening segments. There's obviously been some effort put in here to create what are meant to be tense and engaging situations, given the falling platforms, rising lifts, and spikes everywhere in between. Despite how intimidating these segments might look, however, they're surprisingly easy to breeze through so long as you're even a little bit mindful of your jumps and slides. In a way, I can almost appreciate the level for that. I'd be lying if I said I didn't at least get a little satisfaction from blitzing through these sections that, on the surface, seem to be very demanding with their gimmick and spike layouts. That being said, it doesn't change the fact that many of those challenges felt like they were treading similar ground after just the first few instances. Even with everything I just mentioned, however, the stage ultimately ended up sticking out in my mind for the longest time, and largely blame that on the choice of music here. While I didn't care much for the visual aesthetics, especially on the recolored enemies, the music is a completely different story. Picking that particular song from The Messenger was a good move. Not just for thematic reasons, but also because it's an absolute earworm. If anything, I'd say this is a perfect example of how the music selection for your level can go a long way to making it memorable. While I ultimately didn't really enjoy this stage a whole lot, for better or worse, I'm still probably going to think of it every time I hear Bamboo Boogaloo from now on. Kage of the Night! Yeah. Although it's nothing spectacular, I still think this is a fine and cute little level. It's always charming to see the enemies getting little reskins to match the level's theme. The music is also really pumping and catchy, which is always great, though the level is a little monochromatic looking with too much purple everywhere. The gimmicks are in the form of simple block platforms, which is somewhat appropriate for this kind of theme. If you look, you're infiltrating a castle full of traps. You're definitely the strong points of the level. I really enjoy the platforming challenge setups. However, when it comes to enemies, there aren't enough pursuing kinds, so a lot of the rooms feel kind of slow-paced, whittling down to beefy Hammerjoes and Susies as a result. Boss could have been someone else other than Airman, because he's kind of mad if he's a boss. Still funny, though, how he was made into a shuriken-throwing air ninja machine. Rockin' music, a moody nighttime theme, checkpoints at regular intervals, a screen count in line with the official games, and a ninja theme? Sign me up. I like how there's always ample time to react to new challenges. This is especially important in the first few screens, where several elements are introduced in a rapid succession. It's not as pronounced as it could be, but there's an acceptable difficulty curve. Scaling back the frequency of power-ups and slowing the pace of new asset combinations would make it even better. Sparkman platforms in a mini-boss fight would have been nice too. One criticism is that the design feels well-intentioned but messy. Most screens are far too busy, with multiple types of gimmicks and enemies combined with distractingly complex architecture. Action often takes place too close to the edge of the screen. Bottomless pets look like secret passageways. Best screens are the straightforward ones, like the first token challenge, the Eddy checkpoint, and the one at the E-tank. I'll forget the unlabeled info box at the beginning, an NPC would have been more fitting. Notwithstanding the bland background wall in the opening sketch, the tile work is pleasant and conveys a sense of atmosphere. Wouldn't mind a little more variety, though. Custom enemy sprites are clever, Airman especially, but they're not quite polished enough to cross over from sprite edit to convincing ninja costume. That's my biggest lament. The level doesn't live up to the potential of the premise. I want to see dark-colored enemies hiding against dark backgrounds to surprise the player, or a full-on darkness gimmick, or Kemumakin clouds posing as smoke bombs, not falling and rising platforms with spikes and shield attackers. The current challenges are fine, but they let some significant opportunities for stronger theming slip by. First impression? Absolute music bop alert! Every so often a level comes along and leaves a more positive impression than its mechanical parts suggest. At its core, so much of Ninja of the Night is made up of some of the more overused and generic assets, but its theming, music, and atmosphere are just very cute and charming. It all helps carry the stage. But it's not just cute. Importantly, its stage is a great example of how even minor changes in sprite edits can help otherwise incongruous or generic assets mesh together. Whilst earlier areas of the level look fairly bad due to frequent tile cutoff, this improves as the stage goes on. There have been several entries this time around that tried to darken enemies in the darkened room. Camouflage seems like an appropriate idea after all, but this is probably one of the few stages where, due to retaining enough bright areas on the sprite to stand out, the player doesn't find themselves clobbered by that enemy they literally struggle to see coming. Most of the enemies, even the generic ones, are often used as if they were obstacles rather than just slowing the player down. This helps immensely reduce the tedium that shielded enemies normally introduce when used in high quantities. And I appreciate tokens that either reward players for paying attention or serve as nice simple mini challenges. Good. That said, of the enemy types, the Hammer Joes aren't great here. All but one of these go against what I mentioned and mostly serve as things to stop, shoot, and move on rather than act as genuine challenges. And while I like the designs of any of the challenge rooms, often they can't be reset. An issue when one of the gimmicks removes itself when stood on. You should always avoid a player being left stranded with a forced death being the only way out. At the end of the day, Ninja of the Night is not a top tier level, but does enough right and stands out that I think it is worth noting as an example going forward. And honestly, yes, the stage is rather short, but it's also fairly sweet. Ultimately, this prevents the entry from outliving its welcome. You there. You look like a wine connoisseur. Might I interest you in a free wine flight or some wine to take home? One free wine flight coming right up. Whee! Yeah.
Taco Bob. I don't know.
Bold and trash. The trash man. Just the element, huh?
Joe? Are you okay? What's that about?
What is this? Ah, okay. Oh, jeez.
Puzzly.
Yeah, a little bit. What? Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Good question. I mean, there's no token anywhere, so... Hello, I am Sam, also known as Secret Area Man. Thank you for coming to my secret area. I worked hard on it. Okay, just some bolts. And maybe a tank, I don't know. Be careful, Bastion. A duck junked has exploded and you must be wary. There are tremendous concentrations of junk in a room below.
Oh, that's...
The frame rate destroyer!
Oh, jeez. It's gonna make me sick. Oh, that is awful on my eyes.
My Parsec was running in slideshow mode there. I dig this.
There's... No, that's my ass.
Attention all trash dudes. Advancing wall of Voltman is attacking Chamber 3. Quite literally.
Oh.
You!
Oh, oh, wow. Oh, this is like throwing me off.
Is it lagging for you or just breaking your eyes?
No. Because my brain works differently than a lot of people, so I'm picking up a lot of the stuff. Because most people, like corner of your eye, you don't notice things as much, but it's like, I forgot they call it, but it's the reason like the 3DS 3D didn't work with me. My brain's just like, no. It's the, what is it, the other one, the like 3D visual puzzles, you know, where you're supposed to stare.
Magic Eye, yeah. I was never able to do Magic Eyes either. Dude, the springs not work?
Guess not.
Oh, they were red. And these are something. What's the deal? Huh.
Oh, they respond to buster shots that launch you higher? Interesting. Oh, I guess I... Oh, there's a,
You have to smash the junk block to...
I just noticed there that it was a little, thing. I didn't notice that until after I died. I got it. Oh, shooting once like turns it on and off. Okay. It's like making a beat. Ah! What? I don't think we want to kill those. That. Yay, co-op puzzling. Watch out! Ow. Whoa! Weesh. Yeah. Pain. More pain.
Yeah, okay, we're good. Oh, this is a neat setup.
Yeah, this isn't bad.
I like this level. Oh, jeez! Okay, didn't see that coming.
No, kind of need to know about that beforehand, practically. Well. No!
This is fine. He's invincible.
No! Why did both of them flip?
Because we landed in between them. I need to buy us, so I'm just gonna let Susie get squished and do your thing.
There we go. Trying to sand the blocks. Not too bad the gimmick probably isn't understandable game. Oh. That is a terrible place for a Joe. Really simple, but nothing terrible. I guess that's kind of like the tier we're hitting to. Ow. Well, that's just genuinely awful on the eyes. Oh no. Oh, this is just unpleasant. That is so unpleasant to the eyes. Oh, they hurt me. don't think this is working as well as it was intended. Frankly, bizarre going on. I think it's also kind of a case of co-op lag. You eating this stuff? Oh, jeez, yeah. This is really like throwing my head off here. Too many Voltmen. There's so much stuff going on right now that it's causing my inputs to drop. What the heck? Oh. Last section is pretty rough. I think co-op is making this super hard to get through right now. I might have to just wait. Pushing over the camera like that makes it really hard to make that jump. Oh yeah, I'm dead. This is not really meant for co-op. Getting killed by the screen transition, the screen lagging behind. I can't catch up with that. That's the problem. There's no easy way through this either. Please. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be really possible without him here. It's already bad enough as it is. The section really went downhill. There, this almost needs a skip key. It's causing the game to lag out on me so much. My inputs aren't getting there. When that section hits, everything is just like, it feels like molasses input-wise all of a sudden. You have to like pre-shoot my jumps here, or what? For my shots, and it's kind of wonky. Please be over. What's that noise? I guess I don't need any of that. You're not, man. Dustman. Truly, or Junkman. You just like multiple junk, whatever, dude. Like, whatever you're gonna be called here with the Bolt Man stuff. Funk Man. Bust. Boring Man. It's always funny because he's immune when he's sucking. That would kind of make him almost the most powerful robot master because he's immune when he sucks. And he always sucks. It's so boring. Wake up. Oh, we're not done yet. Oh. Oh. Whoa. That's kind of a jerk thing to put in right after the boss. Jeez. The dive bar when I used I thought it was because he serves subs. I mean, I got one of those from McDonald's the other night. For the dumbest of reasons, too. Back. Oh, it's part of the point. Just want to make sure puppies can be puppies. Alright, just wait. The end part went kind of weird for that level, but that wasn't terrible.
Okay, oof. I am back. Let's see what we got here. Old trash. This has to be a SpongeBob reference.
That made you messed up. We fought Dustman, recolored as Voltman. Or Jumpman or whatever. It doesn't have a brain part, but either way, he's and then there was a spike climb right after the boss, which was just flying.
Okay then.
So yeah, the end of the level kind of like farted itself.
Alright, keyboard isn't working. Okay. The highlight of this level is easily the junk puzzles. Once the introductions are out of the way, we get into a variety of puzzles that are equal parts fun, interesting, even hilarious. Crushing Sniper Joes at the junk blocks was fun, and I enjoyed how Tadaho got to do something besides just die to a charge shot. The finicky springs do drag things down a little, especially the blue ones. While the concept of reversing the inputs is unique, in practice it's royally annoying to completely flip what's been taught to the player, and may even be muscle memory by now. For that matter, the final block challenge before the element feels finicky, to the point I wouldn't be surprised if it glitch killed someone. Once you get outside the block puzzles, the level kind of falls apart. The towers on conveyor belts are a good concept to spice things up, but in practice they feel much less interesting than the puzzles. The complete lack of faith in the concept doesn't help. The sign is unnecessary at best, confusing at worst. It's unnecessary because the first section is an adequate teacher for staying on the blocks, especially since there's a checkpoint. It's confusing because staying on the blocks at all costs can get you killed in the Voltman segment, and you've got no reason not to assume the gimmick has different rules the second time around. For that matter, the Voltman sections were more annoying than the actual bot himself. The introduction has so much crud on screen it hurts to look at. The advancing wall of Voltmen is a lie. It always stays a certain distance away and never actually touches you. And the 2 Voltman walls with an array of Rainbow Death lyrics below the player? That's too much animation, meaning we swing right back to being painful on the eyes. Combine this with a rather long length, the level is about 50 screens and the average is around 25, and we have an irony that overstays its welcome. If there's one thing I'd advise adjusting, it would be either revamping or outright scrapping the Voltman sections. Right now, the only Volt that isn't terrible is the Volt Dust Hybrid, and that's just a reskin. Well, that was a bit odd to put it mildly. If there's one point I can point to in this level's favor, is that it has some interesting gimmick applications. The blocks and springs are used to create some pretty decent puzzle platforming segments, even if they're a bit finicky sometimes. The space you have to work with in some of these sections can be rather tight, and something about the way the blocks interact with things just feels off. Thankfully, nothing broke on me, at least until the end of the stage, and the platforming remained manageable for the most part. Unfortunately, this doesn't make up for some of the stage's more glaring issues. For one, I question why the Voltman imagery had to be done here if it wasn't going to amount to much other than some overdone jokes. The advancing wall of Voltman looked like it could have been used for an actual gimmick, but instead just being a semi-interesting looking effect that follows the screen and poses no threat. The only time the Voltmen actually do anything is during the final stretch of the level where they serve as a visual distraction, as well as being an obtuse hint that some blocks in this part are destructible, despite not having the invincibility glow surrounding them. As for the ending, I honestly think this level really should have stopped once the Dust Voltman fusion fight was over. The final climax has a tendency to break if you don't start jumping the moment the blocks begin passing through the conveyor belts. I've been shunted off them into the spikes more than once.
That almost happened to me.
Thankfully, there's a checkpoint at the bottom of this part, so at least you don't have to refight the boss if you happen to die. Overall, it's a rough note to end this somewhat strange level on. If anything, this level definitely stands out for some of its visuals and the concept it puts forth with block puzzles. That's for sure. Water time. Trash!
Ooh, that really like that. You have a cat, you're a dude, go with you, I guess. Oh, yeah, look at that. She really likes that. Your breath is gonna make you pass out, though. Never lean back into playing that hard before
Trash! This has a similar set of gimmicks to another certain block conveying factory entry in this contest. But they are executed way better here, in my opinion. I really enjoy the creative implementations of the junk blocks, creating septic stones, crushing enemies, using them as platforms to ride on. It's all pretty amazing, especially as the red springs that only work for non-player entities, so you need them to bring in so you then need to bring in the dust blocks so you can spring up with it. Really impressed with that. The puzzle rooms I really like, where you need to bring certain dust blocks down to proceed. I just enjoyed how the assets are put together for such creative interactions. It was a bit underwhelming to just have a bog standard Dustman fight after all that, but I suppose that's fine. He's out on the chaos toward the end. The entity spam could potentially be a problem for lower end systems. It's not already a little bit nausea-inducing visually, even if it's funny. Or Parsec.
Or Twitch.
Yeah. Bold and trash, more like belongs in the bottom of tier 9. The level, like its referential name, doesn't entirely make sense if you're on the same wavelength as the creator, and even then, it's a stretch to say that it works. There's a connection between the convoluted architecture, frequently unclear puzzle objectives, and uneven difficulty. The flying Voltmen, while entertaining, are a visual and technical disaster. The flashing invincibility effect is somewhat overwhelming at times. Players can grind for infinite keys, get permanently stuck in a comically large number of places, get smacked around by a Joe immediately after restarting at a checkpoint. Even the obscure Easter egg needs rethinking. Why should I get a pat on the back for a trick shot that shouldn't even work? Fortunately, I have a high tolerance for messy design if it's manageably difficult and sufficiently creative. Nothing here is harsh or precise, so harsh or precise that it ruins my fun, and I actually like the concept behind most of these challenges. Thanks to all the gimmicky twists, my favorite being the drop platforms, key doors, and bounce inverting springs. The block puzzles feel fresh and engaging. Invincible enemies are handled well, and I'm especially impressed with that pesky Joe on the conveyor belt block ride when I don't scroll him off the screen. The boss fight is just barely different enough to make Dustman feel challenging again. The final succinctly captures the whimsicality of the level. The focused theming and tile work, uniquely moody music, and irreverent sense of humor give this level a highly distinctive atmosphere that I enjoy. I think it needs a lot of work to be widely recognized as a good level, but for me, it's a welcome addition to this contest. Now if you'll excuse me, I have an epic secret room to reblog. I like this level. I was hoping to love it. I really enjoyed the puzzles in the levels. It makes use of unusual mechanics for Mega Man. However, the graphics were an absolute eyesore, and the mechanics are very inconsistent throughout. Almost every block section was different and felt like clever design, being able to work out what to do without ever frustrating the player due to having a confusing room layout. The middle of the stage, where jump blocks and springs are combined in a number of interesting and unique ways, was superb and the highlight of the level. Unfortunately, the level was a mess. The gimmicks could act inconsistently. Sometimes the same object would act differently. The most obvious examples are the spikes, which are only sometimes instant death, and the rainbow lyrics, which are also sometimes instant death, but also sometimes destroy jump blocks, and other times did not. Even the springs in the level had different strengths yet identical graphics. There is one room around halfway in where a red spring on the right of the room bounces a block really slowly. There are quite a few more, but I don't feel like writing a novel. Then the eye hurt. The hurt. Why did you put poor Voltman to such an obnoxious use? Every use was actually painful to look at and added nothing to the stage. The judge copy of the stage had several rooms filled with hundreds of Voltman objects across the whole screen that could not be interacted with in any meaningful way. And sometimes it rapidly cycled colors. The sheer amount of effects elsewhere is also hard to look at. The invincible blocks and enemies should have had different graphics rather than the default flashing effect, as there are several rooms filled with invincible objects placed for your puzzles. Oops. Dive Man. Welcome to the dive bar, where the menu is 20,000 leagues deep. Unfortunately, due to a shipping mix-up, all I have is a mayonnaise. What can I get you? Just mayonnaise. Different brands though. Kraft, Hellmetals, Blues Plate, Dr. Kane's, QPP.
He kind of looks like a mayonnaise bottle.
You did hear me say all I have is mayonnaise, right? You consider the logistics of a mayonnaise sandwich? Ew.
That sounds disgusting.
And I like to live in a reality where my customers didn't ask to consume mayonnaise as a beverage. Oh well, at least one of us can get our wish today. Here's a jar of my finest mayo. Oh, you're carrying too much mayonnaise already? I have many questions, but I'm not sure I want them answered. You should have set it to 3! Oh, wow.
Oh, wait. See, I just found a secret by accident.
Nice.
Are we gonna get to go back and, like, find out what he's saying?
I don't know. The heck? It is a Mr. T. Devil Factory, oh no. Time penalty. Pretty big time penalty. So in other words, this level is going to be really good. Look at this guy.
Oh.
Huh.
Double blocks being used and stuff.
Oof!
They're like more interesting Yoku blocks.
Yeah. Yeah, I dig that. Ow!
Little factory now.
I guess, yeah. It's the ceiling goop from Yoshi's Island.
Huh. Gagalaga. Agala. What are you doing?
She is being a puppy. Puppy, puppy, puppy.
Oh, this thing's just gonna keep spawning more.
Yeah. Run! Ow. Oop.
Ow.
Oop. Okay, I zipped and then died. I was trying to get my laptop open again for your chat. Yeah, this is a really good level. Huh. Aha!
Oh.
Oop. Well, I almost respawned in time. This is cool!
Man, or just the time penalty is a shame for this thing. Ow. That's a little annoying to come from there, but there we go, got it. Oh, oh.
Might as well rush coil. Nice jump.
The goop interferes with rush. Ow! Oh, jeez. Oh, this is... Why am I continuously sliding? The heck? Oh, this thing being here is annoying. Really, if you fail, you have to redo the whole thing? That's kind of... not good. Oh, that's rough. Having to redo that whole section is just kind of overkill, I think. can't really get back up because there's enemies here preventing me from doing it. Oh, this is awful. Stop that. Oh, this is just bad. Awful. Well, there's the token at least. Having to redo that whole thing is just frustrating.
What?
Interesting.
What? Why am I on magnet beam now?
Because you just pick one up, you pick it up and unlock it.
Oh, okay.
Ow. Some health for these? Oh, it's a checkpoint.
Green goo now?
It's flubber! Wait! Why? Oh no, it doesn't work right. Watch. You jump out of it, it launches me up too.
Huh.
Oh, that is actually kind of really hard to do. See what I mean? Okay. Oh yeah, there's a Mario character nobody ever talks about. Whatever happened to Uktar?
Who?
Uktar was from the Mario 3 cartoon. He
Oh.
was weird. He was like a caveman that came from Yoshi's Island for some reason.
Heh. It's go time. Also the... Oh. That's what's with it.
Yeah, that's the boss, I guess. A little bit of spot of lag there.
Just starts up right away, huh?
Okay, Sans, calm your tits.
This... Yeah.
Weak to bowl, huh?
Is it? I can't tell.
That's what the thing said, so.
Oh, it's only the purple ones that take damage.
I think these are all part of the body.
Okay. You did the thing!
I think it's just... I don't know. I don't really think we need to use the palmer there. Ow!
Well, that's not a dread-inducing concept or anything. Thankfully, Devil Factory eschews the TM problems of actual devils by converting them into a gimmick obstacle hybrid, and it's one of the more interesting ideas I've seen in a while. Devil blocks are simple, but they're malleable enough to create a massive variety of scenarios, including a mini-boss or two. And supplemented well by clever scenarios with searchies and conveyor belts. The only real gimmick weakness is the goop pools. While the bouncy green one makes an excellent twist, I found the yellow ones didn't really add anything substantial. Besides a clever setup for gimmicks, Devil Factory's other big strength is theming. As far as I remember, every enemy here is some form of one-eyed, which creates a wonderful sense of cohesion. Sadly, how these enemies are used isn't always perfect. While Yonbane, Paturki, and Petite Devil handle beautifully, with Yonbane and Paturki making excellent invincible enemies, and Petite Devil actually getting to do its thing even with charge shots against it. I found Jump Roller dull without his fireballs, and Watcher tended to be ineffective when it appeared. As far as the level itself goes, it's really solidly made overall, and the one thing I particularly like is that it manages to be challenging without a heavy reliance on instant death. I can only think of maybe one room where spikes are super prominent. Otherwise, screwing up usually just means taking damage or having to backtrack to the start of a room. Granted, if you end up backtracking several times, like in the room before the first green Petite Devil, you can get pretty tedious. Thankfully, clever weapon usage can usually get around, even if that... and the level plays well even if you end up backtracking a bunch. Well, there's definitely some kinks to iron out, mainly in the form of underutilized elements. Devil Factory is an excellent piece of work. As a final note, I was pleasantly surprised by the boss fight. That swarm of devil cores was much more interesting than the traditional devil fight. I'll fully admit I'm not a fan of most devil-related things in the official series. The nice thing about fan games, though, is that they can take the concept from the original games that were either underutilized or didn't work and turn them into something better. I think this level right here is a prime example of just that. For one, I love the concept of this level alone. Taking the usual Yellow Devil's segment shifting and making platforming segments out of them is a wonderful idea. Even if each of the segments surrounding them are well constructed, force you to be mindful of your positioning. I especially like the Devil Goop floors, as they not only add to the overall theme and aesthetic of the stage, but they also subtly affect your positioning in a way that makes dealing with nearby hazards a bit more interesting. I also like the way the enemies here were presented, as Petite Devils are no longer completely neutered by a single charge shot, making them an actual threat for once. Same goes for the Yonbanes, although I did find I was able to outrun or outright ignore them most of the time, save for one room early on. Still, the overall effort here to take these otherwise weak enemies and give them more of a presence is very commendable. I'd say the only parts I didn't like as much would be when you're faced against the wall of the Devil segments. To me, these just felt like dodging typical Yellow Devil patterns. The last one before the boss does manage to be a bit more intimidating, but I still can't help but feel like it was a quick way to sap some of your health before getting into the mini-boss proper. That said, I really like the end boss itself. Again, it's a fun take on a familiar concept, having a bunch of Petite Devils do attacks as a group rather than just one big devil fight. Overall, it was a very solid ending to a very nice stage that put a new spin on some old ideas. Great work. Mass-produced metal-casted boomos! This is quite a creative stage indeed. I like the devil keeps moving back and forth to form platforms and being damaging obstacles while moving. The gel where Mega Man sinks down on is also a strange but cool gimmick. The green ones where it bounces you up reminds me a bit of Portal. The stage...
Am I just old?
I know Flubber.
Yeah, Flubber, the nutty professor.
The absent-minded professor.
The nutty professor is also Flubber. It is a remake of Flubber.
Yeah. The stage can get a bit overbearing with some of the later sessions, especially with the conveyor belts into the mix. And there's annoying switcher enemies flying by more to get in the way than actually making the conveyor switch hazardous. convinced their experiment was deliberate. The magnet beam pickup could have been put into an earlier portion of the level, especially the part just before the room you get the thing in, where it would have been the most useful. I do get it that the petite devils are there to keep you from skimming through everything, but I feel their numbers can be tweaked down a bit. The boss is very creatively done, with how many patterns I can use, almost too many, since there were some that I didn't get to see in the first few attempts. I like the concept of taking them down one by one, each with their own health pool, until the last one becomes vulnerable. Just wish they weren't fully immune to Tornado Blow or Magnetic Shockwave, though. It would have been pretty satisfying to tear through them all. Oh well. Thunder Beam is somewhat sufficient enough. Good music is integral to a good Mega Man level, and Battle and Chase was definitely the way to go. The soundtrack pairs perfectly with the fast-paced challenges to create an atmosphere that's frantic and fun. The delightful array of one-eyed enemies, creative devil-inspired gimmicks, and tidy industrial graphics tie the whole theme together. I appreciate when a level so thoroughly lives up to its name. A lot is thrown at the player in the first few screens and across the entire level, but it never feels overwhelming. There are plenty of places to catch your breath and grab a refill. There's an outstanding learning curve. That Searchy introduction is the best I've seen. Invincible enemies are the only things I might cut, but they're handled well. Devil blocks are a highlight, especially in the final corridor and anywhere the blocks are used as platforms. It's extremely helpful that the background graphics almost always indicate where the blocks will land. Glitch hunters and speedrunners may try to shunt themselves through the ceiling where the blocks solidify. They will not be disappointed. I dig the spongy ground, which alters the gameplay in interesting ways and allows for some neat puzzles. I might have liked a different texture for the bouncy kind, though. Remember, color blindness. As I say, the devil is in the details, which is the difference between me liking and loving the level. The free-scrolling section feels rough around the edges. I don't mind that Magnet Beam is locked. I mind that there's basically nowhere to use it once it's unlocked. It annoys me that one area punishes failure with prolonged backtracking through awkward architecture. What matters more are the many successes. Things like the dynamic Swarm Boss, which avoids the pitfalls of enemy spam and obvious weapon weakness. This level knows exactly what it wants to be, and I'm impressed by how everything works together to enhance the experience. From just looking at the level name, you're left filled with dread about the prospect of fighting what is one of the dullest bosses in video game history. But as the saying goes, never go judge a book by its cover. By using devil elements as stage hazards, you manage to breathe life into such a maligned enemy type. Turning the devil blocks into a platform feels like a very natural way to use a blocky enemy. The walls are a very nice touch, as you only encountered a pattern once, losing the repetitive nature of the OG devils. The gooey floor was interesting in concept, but doesn't quite work here. Enemies are suddenly much harder to deal with, which may not have been a problem if there weren't so many to deal with. The green goo does not allow varied jump height, which messes with all the timing that the players learn through the game. This results in a couple of very frustrating rooms with significant difficulty spikes. Surprising is the rest of the level is relatively tame. I like how the ice wall was required for the token, and freezing the goo was a nice touch. However, backtracking to the start of the previous room was not fun after completing it once, only to spot a secret at the end. The graphics were mediocre and under-detailed. The background had far too much contrast with pure black and sections of very bright color, and the lack of animation made the stage feel a little lifeless. The boss is the highlight of the level. It manages to both impress and maintain interest without being overly difficult. It is nice to see someone else taking notes from me and make a devil almost entirely vulnerable throughout. The boss has lots of different attacks, but usually has enough of a tail to deal with them. The second phase did not feel tacked on, but an interesting way to finish off the last few devils. Cool beans. I need to go clip a hangnail. I'll be right back. Hi. Chocolate! Okay, where was I? Nine generation of Siebel's journey to Taste Collective. We sample so much we're just fit to burst. In fact, we often do.
Alright, let's continue.
Rockbound Facility by Jimmy Turner.
Oh, that's a couple low fun scores.
This is your commander speaking. You have reports that a hostile robot has taken control of the facility. Please investigate ASAP.
Sounds like there's a beat to the music, but I can't really hear the music.
Yeah, it's too quiet.
I would try to figure out where it's from, but I can't tell. I can barely hear it. I've heard it before, I think. And it is.
One of the Game Boy games, maybe?
No, this is too advanced music to be like Game Boy. This is like indie game music to me. Maybe. I still can't hear it well enough to know. Kinda wish they had a thing that would display what songs are being played.
Yeah.
But that would be up to the creator to set the level to label correctly. It almost sounds like a Shovel Knight song. Or it's like a Castlevania almost. Yeah, Power Blade, maybe? Actually, this might be Power Blade.
That seems like... That pit seems like a job for Icewall, if anything.
Bye.
Victory!
I hate those things. Label play.
Ooh!
Once I shot the thing, I got like for a couple frames of lag, and that just killed me. Weird. Doesn't normally happen in this. Just levels. Any of the stuff I'm writing about Thuraki, I definitely probably have to mention. They probably get annoyed, and they would get annoyed on Earth or Earth-like world being compared to like Anubis and James and stuff. Oh, that's annoying. more like a convergent evolution style thought than it is.
Eddie! Mine! Nyapper Flurble! And we got Space Mets.
I hear like a motorcycle. Or a helicopter, maybe.
Yeah, what is that?
It's from your end. It sounds like a
I
helicopter.
don't know. Maybe it is. I don't see anything outside.
Lag! I can't. What's not letting me fire the thing?
Woof! Okay. Token this way, huh?
Alright, I can let it ring.
Mets, please.
Lifetime pass. Be disabled while I still can. And get a whole bunch of coffee milk, the coffee gland, whiting head, whiting makeup. Stop. Whatever. There's barely any carbonation. It's tasty. Ooh, it's not here. I've definitely heard this music somewhere before. Come to think of it. Boss time. Oh no, mini boss again. I actually have a Mega Tank already, but...
Yeah, okay. Heh. GG!
Yeah, watching Masaru and some other, like, famous chefs and Iron Chefs and stuff. I made a shrimp Alfredo, like, a seafood shrimp Alfredo this last time. It was, I usually never keep the shrimp heads, because there's, like, it was kind of, like, made me feel a little weird. But I actually used the shrimp heads, and I got some,
It's just a weapon tank.
lobster shells from the grocery store, because they just get rid of those. Oh, that is a terrible spot for that dude. The base, like the little base of flavoring that I cooked for the Alfredo, just within like the butter and oil, it turned pink because of all the seafood flavor. It was the richest seafood flavor I've ever had. Like, it's really tasty, but you couldn't eat a lot. You couldn't eat a ton of it because it was just so rich, you know. It was good. A lot of people, when they make Alfredo, just like, oh, we're just gonna dice the stuff and put it in, but...
Yeah, too bad Running Riddler is allergic to seafood, or I would make it for core. Because that sounds real good.
It's like making a chicken stuff, like frying up the chicken skin first. Is what I like to do. I purposely get like a bone-in, skin-on stuff, and I'll fry the skin to make an oil. And when I make the oil. Oh, well, this looks like garbage. This fight sure is something.
Is it bull? Ow.
It sure was something. It should not have an insta-kill attack like that. That's just kind of...
Doesn't he have it in the game? In his original game?
I don't remember. Doesn't mean it's not bad.
Anti-Eddie! It's a duplicate. Uranus graphics, Uranus music, Uranus platform, IRC.
Cat, hello. I guess that was Cat being a cat.
Handu, T-Kamen, and Uranus himself. Yeah. It was from Mega Man 5 Game Boy.
Oh, okay. It's been forever since I heard that. I only played through those Game Boy games once. I just remember, I think it was Mega Man 5 was the one where Wily wasn't the final boss. It was their, like, sun god robot. Whatever.
Yeah, this seems like it's an attempt to remix Uranus' stage. As far as the remixes go, this is a little bit more different than the norm. Instead of rocket heads and moving platforms, we get stone blocks and shield attackers. There's also Press, Spaceman, and Karakari, which, with Adamski, is a dishonorable mention, because all it really does is mask the intro of the fairly cool remix. For me, the highlight of the stage is Shield Attacker. I'm used to this enemy being fairly cut and paste with little to nothing interesting in its placement. However, this level has a lot of good shield attackers, particularly in tandem with the various platform gimmicks. Spaceman is also surprisingly threatening, though this is mostly because he's quite good at knocking people in the pits. Finally, T-Kamen's second battle was something he desperately needed, and making him a lot more fun and less annoying. Of course, this makes his regular version harder than his second version, which is a bit off for the difficulty curve. What assets I didn't mention are, as a whole, inoffensive. The level's design is solid, with good intros, fun challenges, and the gradual build into a decent climax. Unfortunately, the remix aspect can be more than a little boring, especially since this doesn't fix the excessive length issues from Uranus' original stage. More importantly, the graphics feel incredibly boring. Normally, Mega Man stages have a fairly vibrant palette. This just looks washed out and dull. While the aesthetic here is completely functional, its weaknesses definitely drop the fun score. In the end, the level's decent, but it's hardly great. Uranus' stage is one of the weaker ones in the series, but this needs a bit more work to become the improvement he needs. This is very middle of the road / average level. I tried for the longest time to think of a better opening description for it, but I honestly couldn't. These types of stages are always the most difficult to talk about, as they typically don't offer much to discuss. The platforming in this stage is in that middling zone where there's nothing outstanding about, but there's also nothing wrong with it either. If anything, I'd say there's only a few major faults here, besides the level itself being a bit bland. The first of these is the enemy selection. The sheer amount of shield attackers and hand dudes makes many sections of this level a chore to get through without weapons. Spanning the laser trident basically becomes a staple of this stage throughout the first half. Thankfully, the number of shield enemies gets toned down after the first mini-boss. Then it starts to pick back up again the closer you get to the other end. The other major problem here is the stage's length. This level really should have wrapped things up around the point the second mini-boss showed up, but it just kept going. Coupled with platforming segments that felt interchangeable at best, and no real noticeable difficulty curves outside maybe some of the token rooms, it makes for a stage where I honestly couldn't recall many parts of it that were actually engaging. Really, there's not much else to say beyond that. The basis for the platforming segments is decent, as said, but it really could have done with a more distinct difficulty curve and better enemy selection to make it stand out more. A rock-solid level! The difficulty is nailed pretty well. Stage length is good, although maybe a little on the longer side, and the token locations are nicely marked and decently challenging. Really like the use of the sinking rock platforms, especially the parts where there are spikes right beneath them. Quite clever setups going on there, where you can stand on where the spikes were before the rock would sink further down. Platforming portions are fair in design and forgiving, but still provide a decent challenge. I found the first encounter with the mini-boss with the swaying platforms with gaps in between to be a lot harder than the second encounter where it's simply a stretched, rotating platform and you can keep jumping to avoid sinking too far down. The shield attacker may be a bit abundant throughout. Could probably cut the ones that are just strafing back and forth with no ups or obstacles, for example. Surely enough, Uranus is the boss of the stage. The music, tileset, and gimmicks and mini-boss weren't enough of a giveaway. It's a fitting boss fight for the stage for sure. It definitely wraps up this sort of reimagining of the Uranus stage nicely. Several levels in this contest have rock or facility in the title, so it's perhaps unsurprising that I couldn't immediately recall any details about this level when I went to replay it for this review. What is surprising, however, is how much of the level I still couldn't remember even after I got back into it. In terms of things that upset or excite me enough to stick in my memory, this level is very middle of the road. I can forgive the long load times. The delectably moody music almost works better with that bit of anticipation up front. The visuals are clean and appealing, and amazing gimmicks make sense and work well together. But I pegged this off as a riff on my MaGMML3 level long before it registered as a runs from Mega Man 5 Game Boy. Mega Man V, you might say. DevKit assets in a space and rock level, starting with its text box giving instructions, felt awfully familiar. I don't mind some familiarity though, as long as the gameplay makes up for it. Difficulty is unremarkable, perhaps even too easy if you bust out special weapons. The token paths are interesting, but it isn't until the last 10 to 12 screens that the main path really hits its stride. The boss is acceptably generic, although they could stand to be trickier. The mini-bosses follow the standard fight then harder fight format that I so enjoy. So the wow factor isn't entirely there, but I like the overall design. The layout is intuitive, enemy placement is thoughtful. It's nice to see Handu getting some love. And everything feels fair and deliberate. My main suggestions are to condense the screen count a little, and check all following block puzzles for potential logistical problems. Oh, and maybe ditch the text box at the start if that's all the story we're going to get. The fact that this is a Mega Man level is already enough of an excuse to go blow up robots. So, this is a stage remake. As I may have said several times already, stage remakes have an uphill battle. Stage remakes need to bring something new to the table. I don't just want to just play the original but worse. If I wanted to play, say, Uranus' stage, I could just boot up my copy of Mega Man V. And this stage decided to go the wrong way down the hill. This is literally just Uranus' stage. It's the weird and wacky enemies of 5 Game Boy replaced with what are basically stock assets. Why have anything as wacky as a sea lion doing ball tricks and birds somehow flying in the depths of space named after a word for vomit when you can have mine carts in a mine and space mets in space, which of course so at every other mine level and space level use those enemies too. Doesn't really help how basic those enemies are either, although the few space mets that are positioned just perfectly to knock you into a pit as you try to traverse slow platforming segments are really nice and not at all cute. The dev kit is huge and contains some wacky stuff. To have had any chance at all, the stage you need to explore it rather than going with the obvious and using the first thing that pops into your head. Well, I guess he kept Handu around and he brought his cloning machine with him. There was a reason Uranus barely used that asset. He's a very, very slow to deal with enemy. And the already slow level gets even slower. So yeah, this is Uranus' stage, but worse. Much worse. There is a further uphill climb for me as I, along with many others, really do consider Uranus' stage the weakest of the star droids, simply due to sheer length and lack of variety. Which this level further reinforces that whole stock assets thing. There are segments that would be copy-pasted from the original except for the screen resolution. The main boss is just more awkward to deal with here. The few token rooms feel not only obvious to spot, but also basically pointless. It's just more of the same rather than anything novel. This is probably there with the Ancient Tomb stage from MaGMML3, but I guess this isn't completely a copy-paste job, so yeah, whatever. Not even fond of the aesthetic. I don't know if it's something you found on the internet or on your own, but if you did make it, I feel like using a Wily Wars style background alongside NES style enemies means the entire thing feels disjointed and off-putting. In fact, the stage is effectively flat, lacking the parallax and tile set variety found in Wily Wars, just makes it dull to look at. This is probably a first effort or close to one, so maybe I'm being too harsh here, but I implore people that wish to do stage remakes to find ways to bring new life to the stage's best qualities and diverge where it makes things more interesting. Even with just the dev kit, several entries this time have proved you can teach old dogs new tricks. All the stage ends up doing is sucking the life out of what was already a rather lifeless level. I'm Magnificent Gourmet, the Golden Chef, please, I invite you to eat my hat. Used to say if there's anyone's cooking impressed me, I would eat my hat. Hats are delicious if prepared properly, of course, but when no one took up my challenge, I offered a cash prize. I have yet to put my money where my mouth is, but I did recently part with a large sum for hat-related reasons. Thus, I am recouping my losses by shilling chapeau-shaped pastries to the common folk. Wear it, tear it, share it. You can eat all you want if you're on the Hatkins diet. Then again, everyone around here prefers the Rockman Dash diet. Superb! I have no doubt you'll enjoy this freshly baked raspberry beret. And after all that, you don't have room for it? This is fine cuisine, you know. Price of this meal is outrageous. I run a drive-thru and I've never heard of a personalized convenience fee. Stop complaining. You didn't want to pay at the counter, so you had to build me to deliver the check to you personally. These people behind me need to stop. I can't enjoy my pepper shaker like this. Sorry, I don't have time to be social. I'm up to my neck during work. Thermal Tundra. Wah!
Whoa!
I'm kind of disappointed this place isn't more crowded. I like watching people wait in line behind me.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Eh? Eh? Nothing makes sense.
No?
Can we fall down, or?
There's a skip gate for a reason, I guess.
This level is skippable due to its difficulty. Having an awkward gimmick only exacerbates that difficulty. I never thought I could get frostbite and third-degree burns at the same time, but I do now. Oh, maybe this is like a state flipping level like that water one.
Maybe.
We put copies of the tokens here because lots of them are tied to the temperature gimmick, which can be cumbersome. Yeah, okay. All that freezing and reheating, boiling and cooling. They tell me not to scratch, but I can't help it.
People setting off fireworks.
Oh, you've got a... Oh, interesting. And you died.
That does seem a bit tedious, yes. Oh no! It's bad for multiplayer. We double up on how fast we get high.
Yeah?
I mean, at least it'll allow us some co-op style puzzles. Oh, gonna hey, no.
Oh! Except the geysers only work. No, okay, the geysers are just here.
What? Okay. Ow. Oh, it hurts both of us. What? Eh?
Yay!
I think we need to go all the way back and get the temperature thing and run all the way through it. Which is a little annoying. Ow. This is a bad level.
Okay, let's skip.
Like, it almost seems like they would want you to, like, the platforms to melt slowly, but they just instantly disappear.
Mhm.
It just drop you down stuff, and it's just like, what? So how do you do that then?
Thermal Tundra by Muff.
The score down to nothing.
The fire ice level? Alright, could be interesting. Having to manage your temperature so you're the right level of hot versus cold. A fine gimmick, and it's pretty interesting how it works with the icebox. Adding the heat tellies made things more interesting since now you can control the layout. And the snowdrops created very different scenarios, rushing as fast as possible to the next safe zone. All this is pretty good, and then the level keeps going. It keeps adding more twists until you feel like you're trying to juggle 10 chainsaws while running, screaming on a unicycle and trying to sing Quickman a cappella style. That right there is the biggest flaw. Building on your gimmick is a good thing to do, don't get me wrong, but there's a time to stop, and Thermal Tundra flew way past it. The beginning sections are great. The heat gimmick's intro is very natural. Kemumakin and Fire Med are excellent obstacles, and the steam vents and heat tellies add an excellent spin on the ordeal. Later on, the snowdrops are an excellent example of how to twist a gimmick well. With only a small new asset, the place completely changes into something new, eventually culminating in a fun mid-boss that are lava bubbles, a bit irritating. Unfortunately, this drops the ball afterwards big time. Instead of trying to stretch a heat gimmick a little further, we trade off for a bunch of cold-based gimmicks. I get this is called Thermal Tundra, but there was already a nice balance between hot and cold. This new piece overcomplicates things. To make matters worse, the player doesn't have nearly as much time to get used to this before it takes a nasty turn. Even just standing around can eventually hurt you, unlike the heat section. And the auto-scroll mid-boss that stacks in everything is just too much at once. I'm honestly not sure if it can be done without taking damage and just using the Buster. There's just too much going on to track. Sadly, the boss isn't much better. Thermal Man isn't as frustrating as the death throws of his minion, but he has a similar issue of overcomplication. By my count, he has about 10 different attacks spread across 3 different forms, and this includes variations like the faster fireball. Having that many attacks could work, provided he had the health bar to use them. However, he dies quickly enough that it's basically impossible to see everything he has to offer. Much like his level, Thermal Man is too complicated for what he tries to be, and as a result, he just kind of falls flat. I want to like him, just like I want to like this level, but the complexity really needs to be toned down. I don't think I've ever wanted to like a stage that just couldn't bring myself to as much as this one. It has several things that should all add up to make a great level. Nice visuals and theming, an interesting gimmick, enemy and room layout synergy, and so on. Unfortunately, the more it goes on, the more its design devolves into pure chaos. To preface something real quick, although the main gimmick can certainly amplify things in a negative way, I don't think it's entirely to blame for the stage's issues. I actually found the temperature meter to be rather enjoyable to deal with for roughly the first half of this or so of the level. It gets applied in ways that manage to make things engaging, but not overwhelming at first. The section where you need to build up heat and race to the end of the room to melt a barricade of icebox is a great example of this. Mainly since it's set up in a way where you're most likely to go through the room first without filling a meter, which actually gives you a good preview of the enemies and obstacles you need to deal with. Sure, there's a bit of waiting involved with some of these setups, but you'll usually never be stuck sitting around for too long thanks to how quickly the meter fills up. Unfortunately, the rest of the stage doesn't really have the same sense of restraint. Herein lies the fatal flaw of the level. The temperature meter isn't the type of gimmick that works well when you have too many other elements at play. The cave section leading up to the magma devil, along with the mini-boss itself, already pushes the limits of what's manageable alongside the meter. As room layouts start to get more complex, enemies begin piling up, and a new gimmick that cools down your meter is thrown into the mix. Unfortunately, things just keep escalating from there. Kemu Makins go from being a minor visual distraction to outright annoying with how many explosions they can flood the screen with. Challenges focus more on managing the cold meter variant, which gets tedious due to how slow some of the methods of decreasing it are. Also, the less said about the annoying process of getting a final token, the better. All this makes for an overly busy second half, which culminates at the end in an all-school segment so chaotic. I'd honestly be surprised if it was even possible to avoid taking damage during it. As for the end boss, while he's certainly interesting, he unfortunately suffers from the same problem as the stage itself. He has too much going on. I didn't even get the chance to see all of his attacks the first time I fought him. In a way, I guess that could be seen as positive, in that the fight never plays out the same way twice, giving some form of replayability, but I'm honestly not really a fan of missing out on a boss's attack pattern simply because they have too many of them. Even though the fight is the least interesting, it's not enough to salvage most of what came before it. Overall, if the stage didn't overload itself with so many things as it went on, this would have easily been one of my favorite levels in the contest. As it is now, though, I can't say I enjoyed it that much. Hot or cold? Hot and cold! I like the concept. I thought that the mechanic of managing your temperature in order to navigate through hot and cold obstacles is a really cool idea. But the stage is just absolutely brutal in difficulty. Too brutal that it's actively hindering the enjoyment overall. A lot of the time the stage asks you to do this section fast, either because you need to keep your temperature high enough, but not high enough to hurt yourself from overheat in order to melt the icebox at the end, or because of an enemy unleashing a full screen attack at you if you don't kill it quickly enough. All while visually hindering Eggments, yes. Elements are spanned throughout. Familiar entities don't act like their default counterparts and throw you off. One section often requires multiple retries just to clear them. Because of the abundant temperature gatekeeping, you're often forced to wait in place to adjust into the right body temperature, as the level doesn't provide the most immediate means of speed up the process, be it a quick access back to the beginning should you fail the temperature race, or immediately putting you to an optimal temperature for each attempt. As a result, the stage just ends up in this constant shifting pace of waiting and speeding that it can get pretty frustrating. That final section, all scrolling, being chased by an indestructible mini-boss. Meanwhile, pummeled by his projectiles and other storms of enemies, all while having to maintain the right level of heat to even allow yourself ground to traverse. While heat sources keep becoming absolutely scarce, even more awkward is in the form of steam puffs requiring you to stay in place while danger lurks all over. How are you expecting players to get through all of that? It's a full package of pain with extra dip. And then Thurman. Of course he'd have to implement the temperature gimmick into this fight too. He's not so bad, I guess, but after enduring the whole stage in that extremely harsh final section beforehand, there's not much stamina left for me to really enjoy the remainder of any fun this fight might provide. At first, I was excited to see an interesting gimmick used in a variety of puzzle and speed-based challenges. I appreciate the sense of planning and structure from the checkpoints, challenge progression, and power-ups. Didn't mind the busy visuals or innocuous music. I forgave the inconsistent technical polish, like having snow that melts beautifully, but ice that simply disappears. I had some reservations about the challenge design. Unclear objectives, awkward backtracking, but nothing significant enough to keep you having fun. As the level progressed, it became harder to ignore the flaws. Spikes blend in with the foreground. Overdeveloped challenges ask the player to demonstrate mastery of each new element before being properly taught the basics. Extra audio and visual cues are desperately needed to alert the player to status changes and critical danger with the temperature meter. Like standing around on one of those thermal platforms, the longer I played this level, the more it hurt. Everything completely fell apart when the freezing mechanic was introduced out of nowhere. Freezing doesn't follow the same rules as heating. The meter drains even when standing on normal ground, which treats as a glitch and makes the remainder of the level intolerably hectic. Players can easily skip over the tiles that triggered a freezing gimmick, rendering the level confusingly unbeatable. For as cool of a set piece as the chase sequences, and I like the monster design, I can't imagine getting through it without utilities and E-tanks, and it makes the otherwise acceptable boss fight feel underwhelming and even unnecessary. Who even is that guy anyway? I could go on, criticizing, but almost everything comes back to polish. The ideas are great, the structure is great, the execution is begging, pleading for refinement. What a mess. A really confusing, difficult, what the bloody hell just hurt me mess. I really want to like this level, because it certainly is creative. I actually think a lot of the stage layout just sort of works, and it has a dedication to its core theme almost unmatched elsewhere, but oof. The mechanics of this stage are introduced rather poorly, and so much of that comes down to graphical choice. Going against any expectations a Mega Man player is going to have, those steam vents, they don't hurt you. Not now. They're springs. Oh, but they may sometimes hurt you, maybe. Icicles don't hurt you either, despite very much looking like they should, but they don't, except sometimes they do. Don't worry, standing on lava doesn't hurt you either, unless you're hot when it does. Oh, maybe avoiding the normal-looking ice platforms, they don't want to take constant damage every other second. Was the enemy from Tango Man stage that creates opaque clouds really called for? Was it? Does it seem like I'm rambling, sprouting a confused mess of run-on sentences? That's what this stage is like to play. I swear, trying to figure out what is happening at any given moment just sort of kills the momentum and concentration. It's hard to figure out what are at times some legitimately fun and original heat and cold puzzles. And please, in a level like this where any given moment of stage hazard or flood is manipulating your hot and cold levels, where each different tile has a different function and an alarming number of instant death spikes blend in with this background, it's already too much. But the real final nail in the coffin is when the cold mechanic is introduced. I just about started to have a handle on it before, but I'm not sure how you can realistically manage all this, with many rooms being particularly hostile to temperature management. Hey, when a stage works, it really works. I want to like this level. I like its puzzles. I feel very rewarded going and getting all the tokens. The mini-boss is neat. It looks pleasing. And it's really an interesting, intriguing concept, but it's an utter mess. By the time you reach the auto-scroll with the devil, my patience has ended. The constant barrage and spam of random crap and status effect on screen wins. Screw it, burn E-tanks, don't care. Thurman is pretty much his stage condensed into boss form, except he's so slow to actually do any attacks. He dies well before becoming a threat. It's a shame, really. It really is. Another good entry with a good stage buried in it.
gym so they didn't want carbs. Everyone here wants a baguette. Not selling carbs or baguettes, these are bagels! Very long bagels with the middles filled in, morons.
Girder Man stage! Hardman tiles, or maybe Guts Man. One of the two. Or maybe both. What? Ah, okay.
They're playing their 3DSs.
Heh.
Sonic noises. Ayagala. Hey. They're browsing the 3DS eShop, I guess. Throwing all the junk out. What is that thing even supposed to be? It looks so
I don't know.
silly.
But killing it doesn't kill the leaf blowing it away doesn't kill the leaf barrier, by the way.
So I've noticed. That's the sound effect from Sonic 3 or Knuckles when you're...
Yeah, it's something.
It's like when the, it's, yeah...
Donkey Kong!
Joe Kong. Oh my god, that was a lot of damage that did.
It's Picket Man.
Almost got killed by a sandwich. Oh!
Tornado, or the Spark Chaser works for getting rid of the barrier.
Rice balls.
Or like what?
No, ow! It deals so much damage! Oh no. Fan Dong has appeared. Oh. Oh, that's kinda neat.
That's funny. It doesn't actually give you 100 points, though.
He gets mad! Eh, okay. That's kind of funny. He gets mad if you keep doing it.
Oh, I'm dead. Time to get... Uh-oh.
I'm probably about to die too here. What? Oh, we're supposed to... Oh, there was a checkpoint there? I guess we're heading...
You were supposed to go down, yeah.
Okay. Man, bonk. Ow. Ay-ya! Everything deals so much damage. Stop that. Conky dongle.
Verbal Herb!
Conky dongle reminds me, I've officially made one of the most, if not the most, cursed vine sauce art. So
Oh no.
that was the Ken Penders mini I made. Off the bizarre frickin' adult tales that he made. Oh, that's it. We have the immunity thing, don't we?
Oh yeah.
I wonder what the iframes are.
Hmm.
Might have to test them now. Dongle. Oh, you haven't... Wait, that's right, because you don't have a thing. How many fires do need to be here? We don't have our old banana, huh? Ah.
And I can do this.
Well, that was a terrible setup. I mean, we got the thing.
I'm out of Spark Chaser. Huh. What?
We can't leave.
Wow. Oh, probably because we need to kill Donkey Kong.
This is awful. These things do way too much damage. Tone the damage down, please. I mean, it's not awful amounts of damage, but it's still... Seriously, why is it really gonna do so much damage? Oh, come on! I want to tickle my freaking toe! Like, tickle the paw, explode, apparently.
That hurts, apparently.
Yes. Everything hurts. A lot.
Yellow hurts.
iframe timing, I can't figure out the iframe timing on that slide. Now, hold on. Is it on? The man's perfect timing. Okay. I haven't noticed really any iframes with sliding. There has to be some like... Oh man, my account is deleted. This stuff deals so much damage. Calm your tits, game. We were both dead one hit if we get hit here, so... Oh, man, I got lagged. Again, calm the damage numbers down. Too many callings is making this tedious, too. Calm your Kong. Too much Kong. This level is the reason why we haven't had a Donkey Kong level in a Donkey Kong game in a while. Oh, nope, nope. That is awful placement for that.
I mean, there's always DK64 randomizer.
No. That's pain. The only randomizer I really want to try right now... Oh, that's right, that reminds me, oddly enough. The RimWorld expansions were the other thing I was looking at. I don't think they're on sale. Just because I was thinking of the RimWorld, that reminded me of the RimWorld randomizer sort of thing. No, there's Elden Ring randomizers that includes like hundreds of mods, including like level 1 stuff, and it randomizes the entire game at various parts of them. So you can really cook One Piece bosses and like... What? Well...
This is a bizarre boss.
It's kind of hard to dodge for a simple as it is. That's a lot. That's going to be hard to freaking deal with. These weak explosions, man.
Not particularly.
way too, like, health spongy, even with his weakness.
Yeah.
How are you going to beat the Buster only? You'll run out of space before you kill him. Jeez.
Alright, I think I'm gonna get myself that pina colada.
Do you like pina colada? Yeah, that's right. She is so comfy right now. And I'm still hungry. I've been trying to eat the stupid Meals on Wheels thing I traded for just to save money, but they are not filling at all. Those poor people that have to get the Meals on Wheels and like the poor people delivered meals, some of them are actually tastier than like the frozen stuff, unless it's beef. Anything with beef, except the pepper beef. The pepper beef is really good, actually. But everything else just uses like, what, I don't even know what they call it. Stuff that you use to make country fried steak. It's not very good. Sweetie is attacking the screen. It's been a while since she's done that. Oh. Again? Stop hitting the buttons. Oh no. Can you stop standing on the macro keys, please? Are you trying to like hide what you're doing? Beware calico woman. Oh, there it is. She's not even looking at the mouse cursor. Well, you're not a kitten. Oh, there she goes again. She's not a kitten anymore, but she still acts like it. She's watching something there.
Alrighty, let's see what the judges have to say. Huh. Hey there, Amatsu.
Don't knock my controller over, cat.
Oh man, I want to like this a lot more than I do. As far as pure combat stages go, this is one of the better ones. Flying enemies with the sonic sounds make a surprisingly good timer gimmick, and it's satisfying whenever you can kill them Buster only. The launch workers are hilarious, and they make good obstacles and platform. The drill enemies are a neat spin on Gabia balls, and the first member of the Joe crew is an effective mid-boss, albeit an overused one. Combine that with a distinct aesthetic and one of the more unique boss battles, and this has a likable concept. But when one of the weakest weapons here is a pickaxe to the face, there's a problem. The dev kit enemies are fine, unsurprising since they're included in the engine, but the custom enemies do far too much damage. I'm okay with it for a flying guy since the odd bout of heavy damage is an okay punishment. But why can the drills kill you in almost 3 hits? And why are someone's leftovers strong enough to kill you in 6? Kong Joe is similarly awkward, since timing his attacks can be tricky and the damage punishment is harsh. Ironically, Gerdaman is the exception since his explosive rovers do a normal amount of damage. He's one of the most balanced fighters of the stage despite being a time limit boss with a spiky ceiling. Are there many issues with the stage design? Not really. Occasionally it can be unclear where he's supposed to go since the death pits and safe pits aren't telegraphed. A little black on the death pits can go a long way. However, the damage values are tuned a bit too much, and that can make the experience frustrating. I can't say I was expecting some of the things that ended up happening in this level. Certainly an interesting stage, that's for sure. As for it being any good, well... For one, the structure of the stage and enemies and obstacles are just strange. Almost everything here gets a proper introduction, but I feel like from there on out, the difficulty curve goes backwards. A lot of the early to mid-stage steps with enemies can really throw you off if you're not paying attention, whereas by comparison, it's very easy to breeze through some of the ending rooms with little to no effort. The green fly enemies are the main example I can give on this. They're certainly an interesting enemy type, and they have a few neat setups toward the beginning of the level, but by the end it's very easy to either rush past them or dispose of them without having to engage much with their gimmick. Speaking of gimmicks, I can't say I'm fond of the little platform-based drill enemies, mainly due to how much damage they deal. It's basically a 4-hit kill. Come to think of it, almost everything in this stage seems to deal a ton of damage for no good reason. The barrels from the Donkey Kong mini-boss have the exact same issue. And while it was certainly a fun surprise seeing that mini-boss show up, after about the 4th time the novelty started to wear off. There's only so many ways you can shake up a mini-boss like that. I guess the token room is one of the more interesting examples of it, but said room can also easily glitch you out as well. If you jump into the room, you can clip into the wall and have a perfectly decent chance of zipping off-screen to your death. Finally, there's Gerdaman himself. He's a damage race, and a surprisingly manageable one at that. I think that's mainly owed to him not hitting anywhere near as hard as the enemies found in this stage, funnily enough. And while this fight is decently engaging, I do take issue with him not having a proper weakness outside of maybe Thunder Beam and Magnetic Shockwave, which deal the same amount of damage as a fully charged shot. Outside that one issue, he's a decently average DPS check style fight. All in all, this level is pretty meh. There's some interesting ideas in here, but the weird backwards difficulty curve and the overtuned damage output from the enemies just kind of ruined it for me. Safety first! Where a net! Pretty funny concept of this construction site as a stage, but don't let that fool you into a false sense of security. Because, oh man, this stage for sure doesn't pull any punches. First off, there are these flying green, I guess, drones? Their undodgeable attack is way too unforgiving despite the charge at times. They're almost always out of the way while being surprisingly beefy buggers. Scrolling them off screen to avoid their attack isn't always a feasible solution either. I like the concept of the worker enemies attacking you and just taking lunch break and minding their business. Except those items they throw out have a huge tendency of sniping you. Doesn't help that it's randomly determined if they're thrown toward your current position or a bit towards where you are moving to throw you off. A lot of these enemies deal way too much damage to feel fair, especially if you're only using a buster since they are either airborne and out of range or shielded. The Donkey Joes are the worst. They throw the barrels too frequently for the layer to feasibly climb the ladder up to be able to shoot them. Not to mention the barrels will also spawn the fire guys when destroyed that are also way sturdy for no reason. Some of the rooms of these Joes are straight up near, if not outright impossible, to beat buster only. There's also a spot in one of the checkpoint rooms where if you can get yourself stuck if you magnet beam slide in the gap in the corner. The gap what one might suspect to be a secret passage. Gerdaman himself has an interesting fight, I guess. I guess it sort of reminds me of a backwards version of the Plague Knight fight, where more blocks are getting added as the fight goes on, leaving you smaller areas to deal with until you unavoidably bump into the spikes. No punctuation. He's often too low to hit with uncharged buster shots, or it might be because he has iframes during the falling animation. Charge shots are the way to go, as they can also get rid of the ground roaming mines easier. Oh, you can also get stuck inside the falling blocks sometimes. That's also fun. To use a construction N4, this building isn't quite up to code, and a few renovations wouldn't hurt, but it's got good bones. I should start by telling you where your functionality score went. Mostly, there were so many girders filling up the boss chamber that I didn't have anywhere else to put those points. It's possible to get permanently trapped inside a falling girder. And it's all too easy to destroy Girder Man in the wrong place at the wrong time, banishing the energy elements somewhere inaccessible, as opposed to spikes and girders don't disappear with the boss. Which is a shame because the boss concept is pretty creative. Really, the whole level, stage, brings some fun new ideas to the table. I'm especially fond of the workers on lunch break and the genius of bringing in Donkey Kong. I only wish he was used more sparingly, perhaps only for token challenges to preserve that special novelty. Indeed, much of my criticism outside of functionality comes down to what I'd like to see, not things that need to change. That's because the stage is built on a solid foundation of good design principles. I'm happy to see fair, focused, and well-placed challenges that allow the player to try different strategies that never demand more than the player can feasibly give. Sure, there are problems with unclear directionality, unrestricted backtracking, and not fully accounting for special weapon usage. And I have some quibbles with how the screen count eventually makes the music feel stale. Custom sprites following different graphical styles. Can't even tell what the flying enemy is. Maybe a boot? And other minor things, but they're also very successful elements. Excellent theming, nice looking tiles, and some great attention to detail. I love that jumping over a barrel gives me points. There's something rather cute out of this stage. It feels straight out of the early fan game era. It's got a rather fun atmosphere, nice music, and frankly at first, yes, the Kong Devil, as well as good old Dig Labor having his lunch, is rather funny. It is ultimately a fairly bog-standard stage, a romp of enemy challenges, many of which feel rather haphazard. Screens get rather cluttered in enemies and arbitrary crates, the latter of which can lead to some rather silly cases of getting stuck as screen transitions aren't exactly obvious. Lack of tells of hits is equally irritating. It probably is not for the best that the enemy damage output is so high. What ends up hurting the stages the most is the fact that it's just so punishing, making the more cluttered screens even more taxing to get through. And as cute as Kong Devil is, its difficulty varies wildly. Some encounters are non-threats and others are really obnoxious. And it's a joke that outlives its welcome, taking a funny instance to something that ends up eye-rolling the 6th time you fought the damn thing. Graphically, the stage is the biggest of mixed bags in the contest. Quality varies so much that the clash is all the more noticeable, as a simple but excellent tile set and well-drawn Mega Man X enemies stick out like sore thumbs, next to the poorly drawn enemy from Sonic Mania and Girder Man himself. I do like the idea behind Girder Man. He's a simple yet interesting fight. Maybe it's just his sprite, but he feels straight out of the early fan game scene. Good times. Great thing about being me is I can attend a costume party and send myself for pizza at the same time. I was looking forward to ordering from Neapolitan Man, but he sent me away in horror when I asked for mine with extra cheese. Step right up! My ice cream is made from the finest vanilla beans, cocoa beans, and strawberry beans. Highway robbery, to make a long story short. I do have a new wafer wagon, but I want to keep this for sentimental reasons. And I'm still trying to convince the insurance company I'm not lying about how it ended up like this. Don't get started on that, ice cream thief. I thought shipping my new flavors at 3 a.m. would deter robbers. For you, it's on the house. Ha!
I'm brown. Double brown. Constantly brown. It's only going to be the 3 colors now. Stop turning you pink. Stop with the pink. Pink and brown only. What about the white? Hey.
That's barely different. An underwater adventure? Wow! By Yoshi Adam.
There's a lot of elements in here.
There's not cheap.
Hello, John Tron. Did they just get exploded by John Tron? Excuse me. This sure is some aesthetics with the background. Oh, no, It's gonna have a lot of Game Grumps references, isn't it?
Is this music from Sonic CD? I heard it too.
Ow.
I hope I win for real this time.
Unless...
The winner of MaGMML3 had an I hope I win.
Huh. Ow.
Yeah, Flora!
Susie meowing. Bastion is rubbing off on him. On her.
Fish invaders! Where are you? Woo! Oh.
Oh. We had the same reaction.
Yep.
Ouchie, mama. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to remember. Okay, yeah, that's what I got. Two of the games I got that were on sale because they were less than $10. I got God of Mario 2 Remake
Yay.
and shoot, what's the other one? Oh, that Chinese Metroidvania with the Tiger Kid.
Okay.
It was finally fan translated. Telepod or something like that it's called. People
Yeah.
translate it and let him use the translation for free on the release. Because he tried to translate it himself or herself and they just didn't have the time.
And here I'm still waiting on the special edition of Changed.
I mean, you can see some progress on a certain website, but I mean, he does post at art sites. Like the red pandas on the walls and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, his last Steam update said he was hoping for early 2024. It's not exactly early anymore.
I forgot, he mentioned something about it on his art. There's no checkpoint? Well,
Further!
yeah, they're cheap enough, just use them. Volleyball! Aye, 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 aye. Uh-oh. Well, your lag killed me. Oh, there's the checkpoint! What? No! This checkpoint, Jesus!
That section, we should use Rush Spike.
Yeah. Checkpoint abuse. Menu music for a video game. Or like the options music, you know, you have the options when you open.
Yeah. Feels like something maybe Sega might have made.
Wonderland makes more sense, but they might make another Balin game, I heard. But without missing.
Is Yuji Naka still in jail?
I think he is. I read another Ristar first, although that might be hard to do in like 3D. But 2D is fine too. Oh man.
Oh. Yeah, watch your step. Nice! Okay. And just don't die. Okay. We made it!
Checkpoint.
Like, if they fix the stupid as heck control scheme and, like, actually make a game, it could do well. Maybe. Like, there was literally no reason to make all 4 face buttons on a controller do the same thing. Gamers are not that stupid.
Well, they also used an AI to try to figure out how best to make it most accessible, which is a horrible mistake on their part. I mean, you can definitely tell after playing through the game that they used AI to try to come up with some of the stuff. It's a little obvious with some of the, what in the world am I looking at? Like, why the dance number after every stage? Why do they always look like they're going to kiss? Why does every face button do the same thing?
Why did the man rage at the storm? No, that was actually explained pretty well, I think.
Don't forget the guy who got mad because he lost the chess once. That was like really stupid. How dare! How dare!
I mean, Machias would get pretty mad too. Maybe. Actually, maybe he's just... Actually, he would get mad if he wasn't allowed to play chess. That's what he would get mad at. Token!
It's already gone. I wish this level had a skip. I really wish this level had a skip. This is just tedious. Like, it's not because of functionality, it's just tedious. Like, come on, man. Slow your level roll. Add some checkpoints for crying out loud. Checkpoints exist for a reason, darn it.
Oh, even Breakdash doesn't. Ah!
To get through this without taking so much damage. Oh, this is frustrating. This level is just way...
Smurga.
Oh, I hate this. It just feels like you have to take needless damage constantly. Music is also kind of a little boring now. I've already turned my music volume up to max. You can stop. The weather today in the Mega Man universe would be thunderstorms in the evening. That's the other thing. It's like a weather channel.
Yeah.
I mean, with how tedious it is, I guess it's sounding like elevator music is a thing. Speaking of turning the music up to max, can we hear it? What? Oh, this thing. Is this thing always tedious?
Yes.
I mean, like, I don't remember the things falling from the ceiling.
Well, yeah, the things falling from the ceiling are new, but
Like, why add more to that? It's already kind of like annoying boss as it is.
good thing we got magnetic shockwave.
Go away.
Eh?
Checkpoint, please.
I got more 5 Game Boy music.
Hello, jerk enemy placements. This level is way longer than it needs to be.
Yeah.
I'm honestly surprised it's got as high of a score as it has. Some of the levels we played earlier were kind of better than this. But then again, I guess a lot of them have time penalties, but still. Too many dolphins. Dolphins being in the way here. Why is this so...
We really need a spike rescue item or something.
How about a portable checkpoint?
Like Ori.
Levels. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of bad levels a bit more bearable. A portable checkpoint. At least just give it for like levels that are kind of like way bad with the checkpoint system. Like this one. And tons of others.
Oh.
So this is from MaGMML3 Game Boy, huh?
I think so. Is it?
I don't think so. I think it's from something else. It sounds like the title screen music or something.
It's the title screen theme for You Rand, but I'm pretty sure it came from Wily's stages.
Okay. No. Darn it! Tedium Man! No checkpoint man. Quiet music man. I can't believe you've done this, man. The next contest is almost guaranteed to have a few skibbity men. I mean, as much as people like try to make fun of like the younger generation for doing that, it's fine. We had crazy. I mean, we had like.
We had YouTube poops.
Yes, Oh, I'm stuck.
Yeah. Whoops.
You getting hit hurt me from that. What is going on? What? How did you get hit by that stuff hurt me?
Are you sure you didn't get jumped on by a dolphin?
No. You got when you fell into the water, it hurt me too. When you got shocked by it.
Mm.
Okay.
Lol.
Oh, great. Oh.
This level is a bit of a thing, isn't it?
Thing that is like super way too long.
Token below you.
Why would you do it like that? That is terrible. See, it hurts us both. Look at that, we're already at half health. Oh, this is terrible.
Does the electric water cut your health in half, or?
No, it's because both of us got hit and it damaged both our health bars.
I don't know.
Like I said, the water hurts us both for no reason. What was the next one? I saw it was like another game. Get it? That is a terrible token. Why doesn't this have a skip gate? This level is awful. Too tedious. And the problem is, we're gonna have to use weapon tanks probably, or else we're not gonna be able to get stuff. First one was ice, the second one was
Ice, elect, magnet, and then tornado.
let's get down here. Oh god. Oh, come on. Why?
Yeah!
I mean, yeah, that's what we're trying to do before, too.
Episode 02.
What's that? 02, right? Oh, the music?
No.
What?
Episode 02, though, has been semi-officially announced, but likely won't be started on for a year.
So 02 for what?
For Mega Man.
Oh! Oh, nice. Oh, come on! Oh,
These things need to be weak to tornado blow, and they are not.
this is awful. Why is it so long? Why is it so high? Okay, wait for Susie. Why is it so high up on the list? I am confused. What is going on?
E-tank.
So, I got Tweety killed. This is just awful. This is just all around awful. Yeah, this deserves to be way lower, I think. This is not a fun. This is not fun or functional. Then again, this hasn't been tested 2-player either. This is probably something that, I don't know, maybe report with the whole gimmick like hurting both players. Like, even when both players aren't in the thing, and now we're about to die and lose again. Yep. This is just genuinely awful. There's no skip gate either, so we have to get through it. Yeah, what are we supposed to do about that enemy? I don't think it take damage.
Go to the cheat shop.
I'm going to guess that it's a entry error. Maybe.
Yeah, this seems like a scripted element to me.
Oh, the amount of damage we just took is insane. We're gonna run out of E-tanks for this stupid level.
Sheesh. What?!
Thanks for the heads up, game!
E-tank.
I know, oh, we're gonna have to rebuy everything. Are we gonna have enough E-tanks to get through this terrible level? How about a little heads up or a safe spot coming down the ladder? Stop it with the dolphins, this is awful! How did this level get this high?
Maybe one of the judges was high. I don't know.
I did marijuana. Being high doesn't make you make something this awful.
I said judges.
Judges, I don't think being high would make the judges rate the CI either. Oh no. Probably the worst outside of Yellow Devil boss.
Are you sure?
Hi. Speaking of old school memes, hi. I guess it's supposed to be Mega Man 1 Mega Man, but I mean,
It's Mega Man DOS Mega Man.
Oh, okay. It also kind of looked like that really weird Mega Man YouTube food style game that was made before. I am confused as to how this ever got this high. Breaking with... Oh, you died. I thought he might have died. His patterns break so badly. No, that player. Stop. Stop it. Why is my charge shot not charging? Oh, that was awful.
Mm-hmm.
That was awful. Why is it so high up on the list? That was awful. I hate this. My animals, okay?
MegaMan.exe. We already have a land plush. Yay! Pharaoh. Okay. Now I've got your power.
Clown Man. Poor Clown Man. He just wanted to make Dr. Wily smile and laugh. Clown Man is really
Okay, who...
Clown Man,
Okay, nobody gave this a super high score, so what the heck?
it's just averaged out. I don't know. Clown Man and Astro Man are both the two robots I feel are actually good guys. I mean, Astro Man's just forced to do stuff, but Clown Man just wanted to make Dr. Wily smile and make him a better person.
Underwater Adventure is in many ways an old constant, and this one. It's not great. Water section is largely just there. It's got some good moments, like the swim balls actually doing things, the first token, and the water current before the first mid-boss. However, endless pings in the water current can get a bit annoying, and the first gas vents are hard to see when M422A is drawing your attention. Most prominently, there's not a lot of checkpoints, which makes the second token more frustrating than it's worth. Ironically, the level doesn't come into its own until it stops trying to be an underwater adventure. The Marine base is a better time. Piledans and Beeries handle quite well, and Machine Gun Joe is a fair encouragement for weapon use. The sheep conveyors are also great at keeping the player's interest, and the electrocuted water works really well with the Irukon and chase sequences. Unfortunately, wall tryout is either useless or aggravating. There's no middle ground. In that chase sequence, that's when the level peaks. While there's an interesting concept behind a room of sheet conveyors that obstruct your movement, the gameplay itself is kind of boring. In the final section, good grief, the number of Irukons were just plain irritating. Not actually that deadly, just royally annoying. The Dosses are... The Dosses. The bosses are as much of a mixed bag as the level is. Kamigoro Maker is an effective mid-boss, and it makes a good optional challenge for goodies, though just an M-Tank seems a little small for a dual Kamigoro. The DOS Mega Man was a very unexpected ending, if not a tad jarring, but while it might be unfitting, he offers a fun variety in his fight. The problem is the hybrid octopus mini-boss. Causes a swarm of enemies, and minions are manageable. Camons hitting your head while you're trying to climb platforms, that can be irking. First instance of sheep conveyors in the entire series, that's not entirely fair to the player. The platforms last for barely any time at all. That's the point where I break out the Thunder Beam and tear this thing a new one. That thing was infuriating and sticks out like a sore thumb in an otherwise fine set of bosses. Can't say I was all that thrilled by this stage. There were some solid ideas, a few decently designed platforming challenges, and an interesting end boss, but by the end, not much of the level really stuck out to me. I think the biggest issue here is the stage's length. It goes on for a bit longer than it really should, with several segments that either feel like filler or don't amount to much beyond throwing a couple enemies your way. The only parts in the first half that really stood out to me were the water current segments. Oh, I think that's mainly because they briefly caught me by surprise the first time around until I realized they were indicated by the background tiles. There's also the Octobolt generator, which, to be fully honest here, I'm not a fan of either of the mini-bosses that fully make up this thing. The combination of them wasn't quite as bad as it could have been, but I didn't exactly enjoy the fight either. You have to run on the conveyor a bit longer than a standard Octobolt fight if you want the platforms to even stay up for long enough so you can get some decent hits. The constantly respawning enemies make this process a bit more tedious than it should be, since if they hit you, you've more or less already lost your chance to deal damage to the mini-boss. Second half of the stage is a lot better by comparison, mostly thanks to there being more interesting gimmick usage. The sheepman conveyors in particular get some good use in a few rooms. The one that has you dodging the Machine Gun Joe's bullets while trying to activate the list was rather fun. Along with the hallway that repurposed the conveyors to be... whoops.
I mean, that kind of was the level.
Repurposed the conveyors to be more like platforming obstacles. The electrified wire sections would have been just fine, but they often ended up being more annoying than not thanks to the Irukons. Her respawn rate honestly feels a bit too fast. Essentially, the second half is some of the mixed bag of good and not so good segments. Thankfully, the boss sticks out as one of the better moments. He's probably the best thing about the stage, even if he takes a bit of time to learn as he quickly changes phases and attack patterns. Overall, it's a stage that's really rough around the edges, but I could also see it turning out great with some polishing. An entry review? Wow! You hoped you would win? I have bad news then. You didn't win. Its entry definitely feels like it took heavy inspiration from official games with its level design, but it just somehow seems even more frustrating to play. The enemy density is rather high throughout, with some of them being airborne and tricky to get by. Not to mention a sheer amount of instant death spikes because it's a water stage. And all water stages are required to have as many spikes as possible, clearly. Many of the enemies can infinitely spawn too, which makes several sections much more frustrating than they should be due to overall chaotic nature. And of course, they have to include the Octo Battery mid-boss with respawning enemies on top. Joy! The worst offender would be the fact that there are not enough checkpoints to compensate for the high difficulty. The only mercy the stage could have offered for this big old gauntlet of pain. The only part I like about the stage is the usage of sheepman conveyors. That was a clever setup in the room with the machine gun Joes. The other redeeming part of the entry is the fight with Mega Man DOS. Definitely a funny twist on the whole copy robot deal. Mega Man DOS himself is also actually a fairly reasonable fight itself compared to the stage. Whew, definitely a welcoming climax change. Pardon me, but I believe you're looking for the Make 2 Good Mega Man Levels contest, which is down the hall. Splitting a level into radically different halves can work if there's a strong narrative, aesthetic, or gameplay connection. Here we have a few recurring enemies and a level toe that only really applies to the first half, unless WOW is what we're calling the second half. First half is a fun romp. Catchy music, funny secrets make a great first impression. Challenges gradually increase in novelty and difficulty. Kamigoro Maker, water spouts, and rushing water are especially curious here. Graphics are a curious mix of colors and textures with a few problems that could impact gameplay clarity. E.g., multiple spike styles, no visual cues for rushing water, background pills will look like foreground. Octobulb, like many challenges in this level, borders on enemy spam and seems overly difficult for a no damage buster only run. The second half feels more professional, with fully cohesive graphics and a commitment to developing two main gimmicks: sheep conveyors and do not adventure in me water. In multiple creative ways. High points include the introduction of electrified water, the rising water area at the room of Beeries, and the conveyors that power nothing and merely slow you down. The final stretch could have had a safer start, don't jump off that ladder, and slightly slower rising and falling, plus it's over too quickly. Thematically nonsensical as he may be, I love the boss, and thank you for skipping the intro on a retry. Across both halves, power-ups are needed more between checkpoints than at checkpoints. There's a death or soft lock potential accessing the first secret, and minor missing water collision around the M-tank later. Flashing lights could use some restraint. Either half would have been a fine entry, together they compete against each other for the level's true focus and theme. One notable story involves Loiano later. He rather struggled with part of the stage, and to be honest, this is an incredibly difficult level. Most of it is fair with challenging mechanics, but has a couple of interesting spikes in difficulty, both figuratively and literally. Its difficulty is compounded by a total lack of checkpoints. The stage is aesthetically pleasing, and some of the challenges are really cool. I like the use of Kamigoro Maker integrated into the level rather than as a boss. Darn cool idea. The water rising tower was pretty fun, and as a whole the tokens are pretty good challenges, although the first one is a little hard to spot. Beyond the difficulty, there are also several design issues. The water current direction has no indication. There are a lot of enemies with weird movement patterns on screen at once, making it difficult to avoid them or to instant death spikes around. There's a lot going on in the level, and it could have really done with cutting a few of the enemy types and removing the conveyor gimmick entirely. I don't think it added anything to the level other than frustration. This leads nicely onto the mid-boss. Trying to avoid swearing, but you've already taken what is one of the hardest and most unintuitive mid-bosses in Mega Man 10 and ramped it up to hacking insane levels. This is the first time the player has encountered a Sheepman conveyor in the stage. Those who have not seen this before will have no idea what to do in this room. Case in point, I got to see this firsthand. Loiana hadn't played Mega Man 10, so cue utter confusion. This was a real roadblock for him, and I ended up having to show him the original fight. Oof. Even to Mega Man veterans, it just looks like a normal conveyor meant to hamper movement, not an integral part of the boss fight. The new inverted layout does not work with the spawn locations of the little Pachi-Pachis. In the original, the conveyor belts were on the side, so the enemies did not spawn on top of you. In order to get off the belts, the player must jump off the conveyor belt right into the natural path of the spawns. The block path itself traps the player in if jumping was mistimed. The blocks are not around for very long, and the random positioning of the cam enemies mean they can drop on your head even if you do everything else right, continuing to rub salt into the wound. To summarize, this mid-boss is appalling even when you know how the conveyors work. Let's just say it took double-digits attempts in minutes using the Buster before giving up and using Thunder Beam, which bypasses the entire boss fight. DeviantArt!
DeviantArt? What?
Yeah!
Oh.
I'm not quite sure what and IRC. I'm not quite sure what DOS Mega Man is doing here, and he has a few smaller issues himself, mostly a blade launcher and force field phases. I'm not sure how dodgeable these. Game is unfocused.
Trying to get everything off the screen because the cat turned the thing off.
Thanks, cat. Not sure how dodgeable these are in close quarters, and force field in particular comes out with no warning. The rest of the weapons were decent enough.
Yeah, he just kind of honked the power button, and whenever the Ventu turns off and back on, it flicks out the display driver. 14 moves.
Stand act, routine health inspection in progress. Displays passes inspection. A big handle burst through the wall, give a thumbs up.
Oh no, there was no hand.
Whoa, what's in here? Okay. Oh, it's just the way back.
Now if we can figure out how to, that's going to probably open after the boss, I'm guessing. Euros! I could go for a euro. Unfortunately, there's not really any good ones around here. There was, but the Dollar General bought out the place and forced the guy to close, which kind of sucks.
You're under one. Bastion, stay on guard. I thought this was just a food court. There's something even darker at play here. Look over there, a hot dog cart. Can't you feel it? Sharpen your senses and you might one day. I've already warned you. For some reason, this hot dog cart makes you nervous.
Sans?
Some Mr. T. An ice cave in Russia by Demand Cutman. 10% time penalty. Wow, Shinryu hated this level.
Uh-oh. Me and him have similar tastes in some stuff, it seems, so we're gonna see what this is like. Oh, I was gonna buy some of these.
Oh. Pluto! Bastion, if you find this message and you're in the right place, I replaced your shoes with heavy traction boots that prevent you from sliding on ice. That is all I have to say. Now I'm abandoning you to the wolves of this great tundra. Go, my artificial child, and defeat the forces of evil.
I am your child. Bastion is not your child. That would be a very weird Iseki going on there, yes. Isekai or whatever.
Kitty!
Smell the coffee I had earlier. I mean, tigers can be a little territorial, I guess, but...
Flabbles will get my hubble.
Fit was the whole solar powered thing, kind of, so...
Well, all kitties are solar powered. That's just a fact of life.
It's also the the weird plant monsters. Currently, at least. It's also going to be weird because bears apparently don't exactly like the sun a whole lot sometimes, but they don't like being hot. And oddly enough, you think of animals that don't like the heat, my huskies love the heat. They both lay out there in the sun and just love it. It'll be 120 degrees and it's just like candy to them to lay out there and bake themselves. It is weird. most inoffensive.
Hmm.
Whoa! Hi. He's a mosquito. What? That didn't seem normal.
What didn't seem normal?
Snowman took forever to die.
I didn't see a snowman.
The thing I was just shooting, it's like a snowman block. Oh, interesting. Frozen enemies we need to watch out for.
Kitty! What was that?
Kitty.
Oh.
Kitty. Nice. Yuki freezing Bastion's rivals. Hey! Where did that come from? You were already dead. Excuse me. Somebody visited the cheat shop.
It's Necro Crystal Joe.
How did I... Oh, wait. Oh, it's... Wait. I think I know why the slide vulnerability isn't working.
Hmm.
Just like other things in the system.
Multiplayer.
It's only working for... Yeah, it's only working for one of us. Because I noticed when you were avoiding like damage from sliding, I get hit while sliding. So it's just wonkiness with the multiplayer.
Oops.
Oh. I don't know when these iframes are supposed to be. Because sometimes I avoid damage, other times I do not.
Oof!
Dream oof.
No, no! Okay.
Ow. Ow.
That is a very rudely placed Crystal Joe, and that room does not work in multiplayer.
No, it does not. That's...
Unless they like coordinate our actions perfectly.
Those tigers are only attacking because somebody took their tails.
Hmm.
It's like saber-toothed tigers. They're the ones without the little tail. They got little nub tails.
Get him!
But the frickin' crystal still appears. Just that one little segment is the biggest roadblock in this level.
Does Tornado work on Crystal Joes?
I don't know.
Hmm.
It does, but wait, what? I'm guessing there was supposed to be ice there. And the tornado blow just got rid of it. Ah! Almost to the check. Oh, jeez. Good thing I did that. Ow.
Yay!
Yeah, just that one crystal root, Crystal Joe is the biggest hang-up in the level.
Hey there, Gemini man.
Oh, not you again.
Weak to Smart Chaser.
What? Why did I just lag out in there and then die? What happened? I just like lag stopped and then died. Excuse me.
Woo!
It was a decent level, it's just that one part was...
Hi, OBS. Alan.
What? Who is Alan?
Alan, please add reference.
It sells chips, but oh, they're all pea flavored. Pea. Pipis. Pipis. Oh, look. Shiryu had the same... Yeah, me and Shiryu had about the same feel, of course. Wow.
We already mentioned that.
Really? A-Spark... No, I'm talking about... I thought we would, and it just... Now, we know we do. But A-Spark really gave that higher than I thought they would.
Nice level without ice physics. I call false advertising. In all seriousness, no, this is a nice romp. We got a good selection of enemies, a gimmick set with strong potential, a solid difficulty curve, and nothing ever feels cheap. I adore the way shield attackers and drop platforms are handled in particular. They don't always work, as particularly the surprise shield attacker on a tiny platform, but the semi-unorthodox challenges are a personal highlight. Unfortunately, the rest is underwhelming. Here's an attempt, particularly with the chill blocks and frozen enemies, but this tries too hard to be a safe experience. The best example is the removal of ice physics. I get why they were taken out. Ice is usually annoying, but looking through the level, there are no instances where ice physics would be unreasonable. Feels like the level's missing something as a result, and I find it hurts the level's memorability. Although with the word exit down there layered over the text, it looks like it says it burts the level's memorability.
Going Lufia 2's SNS and ES glitchy things.
Headbandlement.
The GDQ run went and displayed like all the funniest ones of those too.
Nice. I should check that out later. It's not outright boring, but it's not something that sticks with me. As a final note, good grief, the ice cave tiles animate too fast. Definitely gonna have to have that turned down for the game release, because that's hard on the eyes. To be honest, I kind of wish this stage actually did have ice physics. It probably would have made things a little bit more interesting that way. As it stands, there's not really a whole lot to this level. There's some decent usage of the Shadow Man platforms and ice blocks here, mostly when combined with shield attackers and indestructible blocks. There are a few moments aside, however. Most of the other platform challenges are very basic, which makes for a pretty indistinct and boring experience throughout. Now, Minoans being set up to free enemies trapped in ice is definitely the most noteworthy aspect of this level. It sadly only shows up for a very small section. I really wish it was used more, since it could serve as a pretty interesting obstacle to work around. Other than that, there's not really a whole lot else to mention here. Overall look at the stage is fine, and it's technically stable, with the actual level design lifting one way more. Cossack's Frozen Citadel? A nice level without any ice physics to worry about. That is refreshing. Though I suppose I would make this less of an ice cave in Russia and more of a crystal cave in Russia. Decent level overall, with a few clever setups, like the room using a snowman enemy from below while waiting for the Crystal Joe to become vulnerable. The ceiling fan blade enemies falling and freeing the orb enemies encasing chill blocks, and occasionally where you need to jump to shoot enemies high up without breaking too many chill blocks under you. Definitely some fine uses of the chill blocks.
I just had an idea for an ice cave in Russia that would actually be the meme sort of thing. What if you played as like Gemini Man or Ice Man or something, starting in the boss room and getting out of the level that's shaped like Mega Man's head? In Russia, ice level plays you.
Yeah. So a Soviet man is filling out a form for the government. Where were you born? St. Petersburg. Where did you grow up? Petrograd. Where do you live now? Leningrad. Where do you want to go? St. Petersburg. Level could use an extra checkpoint for the section near the end, though. The last section definitely gave me the most trouble. There were many instant death instances if you screw up one action, making you redo the whole section.
Yep.
Or if you're playing with 2 players.
Yep.
It makes me so happy when people make an effort to do what this contest asks. There's a simple formula and you've nailed it. Pick a handful of assets to make a reasonable amount of aesthetic and functional sense together. Introduce new challenges clearly and fairly. Gradually ramp up the complexity and difficulty across a manageable number of screens. Conclude with a challenge that feels like a fitting end to the level. Apply music and graphics that enhance the whole thing. I like the narrative introduction. It sets the tone and provides an excuse for having icy graphics without ice physics. The first stretch could be more intricate and resistant to rush jet, but it's a good warm-up. The animated snow goes a long way in keeping it interesting, and I like the attention to detail with this one overhang blocking the snow from falling into the pit. The interior sections are fun but need some polish. Unlabeled bottomless pits and big openings near the hard edge of any given screen are easily mistaken for alternate paths. Screen transitions need a thorough review for safety and appropriate directionality, i.e. one-way versus two-way. A couple power-ups would be nice. But like I said, the interior is fun. I appreciate the animated tiles, although I'd like to see enemies in Ice Cube's concept developed a little more. Chill blocks have a chance to shine. The final stretch is the highlight of the level. Shadow platforms are used especially well. My favorite setups are over to Sumatran between falling crystals and with Crystal Joe after crashing through a chill block. An awesome use of this oft-mishandled enemy. A few things could use tweaking, e.g. generic Gemini Man needs a gimmicky or architectural twist, but I'm overall very happy with the level. Good job on this.
Need my attention for to help you out if you don't need it.
I've found that when I enter a boss door hoping for a mini-boss, finding the final boss and ending up disappointed that the level is finished, it clearly reflects well on the level. This level has masterful introductions to established gimmicks, but also shows in those introductions how the gimmicks combine. What's special about this level is that with the few assets it uses, it keeps introducing things to surprise the player. Even gimmicks I had largely given up expecting new things from. Things like shield attackers and the Shadow Man platforms are used with a full purpose, and Chill Man blocks are rarely used in the same way twice. In fact, the falling crystals in this stage are used far better than either game they originated from. The stage is not without faults. While the tile work is well established, the fact that the entire inner cavern is the same animated block is very garish at times. There's also something slightly off-putting about an ice level having no ice physics, even though you try to reason this at the start. Mega Man games are fairly well defined with how ice levels work. A further push toward the crystal theme rather than an ice theme would have made this work better. While the not direct criticism of the level, I do not think you pushed the difficulty far enough when combining the gimmicks at the end of the stage. A few more rooms with your intelligent gimmick use that actually put the player in serious danger would have elevated the level significantly. I was also fairly disappointed there was no effort in changing the boss, which could have made it more interesting if you added a couple of your gimmicks into the design. Gemini Man might not have been the best choice of F-Kit boss. Overall, the level shows that you do not need to create original assets to come up with an original experience in the Mega Man stage. I think you did a fantastic job here, and I would love to see what you can come up with in the future. Whoop. Glad he didn't die. Taco. Bye, Taco, or I'll make you listen to my song. You brought this on yourself. My first Megamix level, Uwu XD Lamau Lamau. You made your decision. Flash in the dark, huh? Zwip! Alright, just a straight shot, huh? Ha ha! Whoops.
You brought that on yourself there.
Yes. Wait, why the quick band laser if the pit is bottomless anyway? The quick band laser doesn't even kill you directly. What's the point?
I don't know. Why do you have so much more health? Stop that. Do we really need to like double their health? Why is there so much health to these enemies?
Because reasons. Slow laser! Ooh, he tanked that way. Oh no. Did you know difficulty illusion is a good aspect of level design?
Okay.
It sure doesn't feel like a first attempt at a level. This is pretty solid.
Well, it's the first Mega Mix level, so they might have done it in previous things. There's still too much health on some of these enemies.
Yeah.
But these mortars here are just like way too tanky.
Watch your head.
Yay, multiplayer shenanigans. Ay, 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 ay.
Kind of a rude enemy placement there.
Yeah.
Oh, I did the thing.
Do the thing. Like,
Yeah, I got the iframes on the dash. Oop.
it's gotta be pretty. Is that what made that noise?
Yeah. It made a visual effect too.
That is some tight timing then.
Go, go, go. Go, go. Ah!
That was very rude. Okay,
Yes.
I'm supposed to avoid that. That seems like it's gonna hit me no matter what.
Okay.
Yeah, let's. You were way too.
Yashichi!
Uh-oh.
Hi, Gravity Man.
Like, okay, you're trying to make him different, but he's just annoying in this stage setup. He's hard to hit because I'm focusing on avoiding all the nonsense here.
It's been a while since we've seen Gravity Man, honestly.
Yeah, but I mean, this doesn't help the battle, it just makes it tedious. Oh, this sucks.
Yay!
It just made that battle worse, which is hard to say for Gravity Man.
Thank you. Free song with every purchase. Yum.
We get to fight him at some point. Oh! Dag.
I feel like I lost a few Dab. I feel like I lost a few brain cells from just that name. Fortunately, behind the terrible name is a decent level, especially if this is actually your first. The main draw for me is how it uses Brightman's arcing platforms, as well as the force beam rooms being more interesting than average. It can get a little awkward, like introducing a new enemy type to the level as a force beam room, but as a whole, the gimmick setup is great. The enemies are a bit less impressive. They're not bad, honestly, but they're mostly just basic obstacles rather than doing anything interesting. The main exception is the Kone Limited, which builds up throughout the level to be a good mid-boss, and Gravity Man's fight with a Tekun works surprisingly well. Otherwise, most of them are kind of just pushovers, and the attempt to protect them with reflect blocks falls completely flat with any sort of weapon application. That's not uncommon in Mega Man. Ultimately, the core weakness of this place is just a complete lack of wow factor. What we have here is reasonably built, but it's not exactly very interesting. It's a decent level that exists. I won't remember it very well, but it's an inoffensive romp that isn't outright boring, which is still fine. Yes, I see you've played Diagonal Mario as well, if that one dialogue box is anything to go by. Anyway, I was fully prepared for a troll level on seeing the name. Thankfully that wasn't the case, but the stage is still very rough around the edges. For as daunting and intimidating as some of the room and enemy layouts here look, this is a surprisingly easy stage to breeze through. Unfortunately, that also makes a lot of the segments pretty indistinct in the long run. Some of the fourth layer segments do manage to be engaging, mainly by sheer virtue of being raced to the finish style rooms. Beyond that, not a lot of the platforming challenges felt like they carried much weight. To give an example of what I mean, you can basically face tank the final Dakoni in the level with no repercussions since there's a Yashichi in the boss corridor. Speaking of that, I appreciate the effort to try and make Gravity Man a bit harder than the gimmicks in the room are prominently featured in the stage itself, but in execution it doesn't really do a whole lot. You might occasionally take a few hits from a swinging mace up top, but for the most part you fight Gravity Man the same way you always would. All in all, not a whole lot of this level really stood out to me in the long run. The ideas and gimmick combinations there are there, but trying to look back on it, most of the segments just kind of blended together. Sugoi! Kind of expecting a full-on joke level with that name, but for a first level, that was surprisingly competently made with a decent variety of challenges, the gimmick, and an enemy set doing a decent job complementing. And the difficulty is right. Pretty decent tiling job. I'm not sure if the music is really fitting here.
No, it's not.
The only problem is it kind of requires a bit of button mashing thanks to the increased enemy health pools, but that's understandable in order to make the quick lasers a bit more threatening. Also, the stage is a bit short in length. I really like Gravity Man with the extra obstacles in the arena, which definitely made the fight much more engaging. The pits are more for intimidation, as you don't usually have to be close to the walls for Gravity Man anyway. It's very clever to put the swinging hammer in the middle to watch out for whenever he flips the gravity to put you on the roof. Did you know that introducing new concepts clearly in a controlled environment is a good aspect of level design? No, seriously, that's a real question. Ooh to you too. I get a strange vibe from this level. Between the title and the secret area, it feels like this is meant to be a joke, but then everything else is pretty normal. Manageable screen count, checkpoints and power-ups at regular intervals, reasonably fun challenges, polished graphics, perfectly acceptable soundtrack. I can believe this is your first Megamix level. Why mention in the title? Sympathy? Laughs? My friend, I can offer you neither. The aforementioned normal design elements are things I expect from every level, and they account for a good chunk of points. However, the challenges don't increase in difficulty so much as continually change to be roughly the same difficulty for different reasons. Unnecessary two-way transitions and some instances of wonky architecture scratch the polish. Conveyors aren't used to their fullest potential, and Gravity Man is an odd choice for a boss in this context. I sort of like that the enemies have more health than usual, because it draws out their combat potential in these specific situations. However, using the same sprites as usual sets false expectations for how sturdy they should be. Setting damage lasers to move at different speeds was a smart choice, as was favoring the line-guided platforms with protective end caps. Even when the execution could use some tidying, the challenge concepts are usually pretty thoughtful. What I want most out of this level is a better sense of identity. Bolder theming, more assertive premise, that sort of thing. Give me something that's properly dab-worthy, ironically or unironically. I hate this. I hate the name. I hate its stupid face. You don't get to use Uwu. Get out. Disqualified. Excluded. Banned for life. Burn it with fire. In all seriousness, this level is generally above average. It offers some interesting play patterns, and its issues are not deal breakers, but do hold it back. The background is recently tiled, but it's so generic, and I'm honestly rather sick of hearing Wily themes at this point. Kind of feels like the name is the one memorable thing here. The use of damage force beam sidesteps one issue before it could have run into, mainly removing forced suicides if a player is too slow. But it also makes some of the challenges fairly non-existent. I think the right choice was made to use damaging beams rather than lethal, but could have done with some timing or layout tweaks. Many are just absurdly slow. Not helping is that following past draining lasers is such a non-threat. It's just like a family could just fall through every single one without running into danger of dying. A mixture of single-shot, higher damage lasers combined with the draining ones would have given this level some teeth. There's a laser towards the end of the level. It's almost a guaranteed hit. It comes out of nowhere without warning, and usually when the player's at the peak of a jump. I enjoy the use of Brightman platforms and Waveman maces here. Not too difficult. The platforms were definitely introduced better here than in Mega Man 4. And these gimmicks were placed well enough to lead to the occasional interesting setup, such as the fight against the Dakone prior to the boss door. You need to force the player to land on the platform here, though. It's way too easy to fall past it, making the whole thing rather awkward to get back up, given the weapon set. Gravity Man shows some thought, but to borrow a phrase he said in the secret room, gives a difficulty illusion. The fight ends up not so different from a vanilla fight outside of face tanking a mace once or twice. Not enough to swing the fight in Gravity Man's favor. But to be fair, it's a tricky fight to make something more interesting without straying into hot garbage design, so I'll applaud the effort. And now you get to listen to Taco Man some more while I get some water.
Got a hot date. You can't get a campfire going, the trigger have food on my head. I'll cook it for you. You browsing grinder?
He was complaining that I didn't know how to use the one dating app, you know the one. And this guy rushed over to help. Now I got a hot date. If you still don't get a campfire going, just put your foot on my head and I'll cook it for you. In my line of work, staying healthy is a must. For humans, it means watching their diet. And at the same time, eating healthy costs a bundle. Much cheaper to get a McWiley's for the bus. We're a conundrum in it. That's why I don't envy humans one bit. For us, all eating is about is the flavor. And I say, pile on the chicken. The crispier, the better.
I want chicken.
Walk-in freezer. Very mini macro sound.
Hearing is a low hum.
Yeah.
Is the music not working? What is going on? Where is the music? This low hum is like driving me nuts. Hi, giant
Squid.
It's the Mega Kraken. Oh, there's the music.
I got this. Lucky guess. Nefermabulaga! Oh no!
That is whoa, Agada.
Nefermabulaga! Go forth and get the thing.
Oh, this random penguin up there.
Hi, Iceman.
Oh, this like slower, which is somehow making this worse. How does slowing Iceman?
Spike.
Makes it worse.
At least we started here.
It's actually kind of funny that slowing down the easy boss makes him harder. I mean, the ice physics doesn't help either, but...
Yay!
What? Wait, what?
What do you mean, White? You fell down a pit.
But I was holding right the entire time and I wasn't moving. That's what I mean, what?
I'm not entirely sure what I was trying to accomplish there.
Ow. Can we get some help, please?
No! Bang one to the face.
Don't be throwing birds at Bastion's face.
Whoops.
He is a cat. He will either eat them or befriend them. He has, well, giant eagle. He'd probably eat them.
And for anything else, he goes.
I don't know if tigers do that, honestly. I'll have to ask Miss Infamous. I don't know if I still have her email. And yes, I studied zoology. I never got to finish my degree because I didn't have money, but I did learn from a guest speaker that was Carol Baskins. This is way before Tiger King was even a thing.
Kitty. Okay. Look at the tiny little big eye. Hi.
Hello, Crashman. That was bad placement for that attack. Crashman is hard to predict in multiplayer.
What's with the...
We just gotta wait for the music, I guess. Waiting on the... I guess.
Okay, that sure was a level.
It was something. Why did we have to have a long boss introduction for no reason?
That's what I want to know.
It's you.
A flat 60. Okay, oddly ominous humming and giant squids whose missiles fly off screen are a strange way to start a level. Though introducing the core ice gimmicks, at least a smart way to start things. Thankfully, actual music started up right when the humming was getting grating, and it's a good song to boot, thank goodness. Overall, this is a bit more interesting than most ice levels. The gimmick set is standard fare, but I enjoyed the use of ice block puzzles without outright relying on Chillman's pick enemies. There's only a few scattered around here. Speaking of which, the primary enemies aren't very ice heavy, relying more so on techs, wall blasters, and invincibility, as opposed to the ping spawners and the odd swallow egg from Chillman. This works great for the techs. Having to work around them instead of killing them was an appreciated change of pace. The wall blasters, however, are a bit too random for invincibility to work, especially since the use of ice blocks makes it much harder to use a shield against them. Outside of that, the level's primary weakness is a flawed difficulty curve. The majority of the stage runs together in my head, and the hardest part is right after the second checkpoint. One time, this little wall blasters, text, icebox, and pit-paced death all come together. The ice-themed enemies are in a similar boat. The first swallow egg is the only time you fight two at once, and the second to last pen is a complete non-issue compared to his few peers. At least once you know he's there. Fortunately, the level has fun tokens, even if the transition after Iceman is a little awkward if you aren't in the middle, but it wraps right back to confusing with Blue Crashman. Why is his intro Old Fortuna? Why does it make him invincible? Why does a Blue Crashman get a fancy intro? Why does he have 29 hit points? These decisions fill me with questions.
I have no idea.
I'll fully admit that I didn't care much for this level my first time through. Subsequent playthroughs have changed that somewhat. The stage still isn't without its issues. I think one of the main problems here is the difficulty progression. Most of the ice block rooms are really straightforward if you just observe them. However, there's a few in between that suddenly demand very precise movements. The route the Invincible Wall Blaster, 2 ice blocks, and the tech at the bottom of the screen is a prime example. It's easily one of the hardest rooms in the level, yet the challenges that follow it are nowhere near as difficult. Granted, these types of rooms are sparse, but the sudden difficulty spikes are still pretty noticeable. The 2 horizontal stretches somewhat fall victim to this as well, mainly thanks to the swallow eggs appearing near important jumps. The pen generator at the end of the second one is especially annoying since it can easily blindside you. Aside from all that, there's not a whole lot else to say here. The other rooms aren't exactly challenging, but they're still somewhat engaging with how you need to approach them. I also appreciate that you can reset most of the rooms if you happen to mess up. As for anything else to note, the aesthetics here are alright, though I kind of wish that neat parallax background at the start had a stronger presence throughout the stage. Would have helped give some visual variety at least. Speaking of the start, I had a...
Hi.
Kitty.
No, Luna.
Luna, hi puppy.
Don't put your paw there. I know, you want attention. You know. Husky, you gotta be a husky, man.
Speaking of the start, I had a rather odd issue happen to me at one point during it, where dying in that section also caused the background ambiance to stop until I reached the cave section. I'm not sure how or why this happened, and I still have trouble recreating it to this day, but it was certainly odd, that's for sure. Of course, this isn't the only music-related oddity here. Blue Crashman's intro has you waiting for a full opening of the song to finish before you can actually start fighting him. While I usually enjoy timed music cues, I don't think this one was necessary since you're basically just sitting there for roughly 10 seconds waiting for Crashman to wake up when So Fortunate stops playing. It's a very odd ending to a very mixed stage. Freeze level, simply. Getting a sense of deja vu with the gimmick usage in this one. Odd at the beginning does not have any music. I almost thought the files were screwed up somehow. I really like how the Chillman blocks are used here for platforming as well as puzzle uses, in conjunction with the physics blocks brilliantly. Having the Frostman walls lying around is also pretty funny, for the fact that you still take damage if you're only casually walking into them as opposed to crashing into them in the original context. There's also this tiny eye out of nowhere who dies in one hit. Silly. Although annoying that they are invulnerable, I was impressed that the turrets were actually made threatening for once. They're also manipulatable with their angle, and then you can make use of the blind spots, though some of the rooms can get a bit bullet heavy sometimes because of their invulnerable nature. The boss is just a standard Crashman fight with a pal swap and icy floor, and also poses for a while before the fight begins. Kind of weird. Does fit with the somewhat whimsical nature of the entry, I suppose. Questionable choices and lackluster polish cool my enthusiasm toward this otherwise decent level. It's the sound design. Prolonged awkward silence during normal gameplay, then sudden overly intense music, then barely audible boss music. Just the layout. Crowd architecture, important objects hidden behind a health bar, split paths to who knows where, and a trapped Big Eye hinting at a secret path that doesn't exist. It's the unexpected nauseating camera shift and the lack of a checkpoint right as the music kicks in. It's the inexplicable use of resized enemies. They're funny, but they don't mesh with the look or feel of the level. I don't know if I'd call it a walk-in freezer, but the level certainly feels cold thanks to well-themed assets, nice tile work, notwithstanding a couple of mild oversights, and eye-catching background detail. Chill blocks are used thoughtfully in a good variety of situations. The first token The first token and the first screen of the lower path are highlights. Iceman is satisfyingly tricky. Slippery Crashman would define if not for the interminable unnecessary invincibility. Guiding Cove feels underused. Destructible pillars don't really add much. Most enemies could stand to have a safer and more deliberate introduction. Depending on where you're standing, poor Pen explodes upon spawning. Invincible enemies give the level kind of forced difficulty. Special weapons are often useless or a liability due to chill blocks, and the only reliable strategy is to run through before anything starts firing. The interior challenges could be rearranged for a smoother difficulty and complexity progression, with checkpoints at more even intervals. That said, the tech and wall blaster setups, while occasionally on the cusp of enemy span, clearly had some thought put into them. Swallow Egg, which I normally find aggravating, isn't obnoxious here. The level is just the right length with distinct sections and a comfortable pace. With some adjustments, this could be a real crowd pleaser. Well, this was certainly the odd little stage. Some really creative setups with the ice blocks, good atmosphere, and approach for challenges and enemies mostly. It also seemed fairly janky with the resized enemies, invincible enemies in odd places. And one spot where you get embedded into the floor after defeating the Iceman mini-boss. Some things, such as the Frostman walls, just seem pointless and don't add anything to the level. There's the odd enemy that just added nothing to the stage as well, such as the Big Eyes and certain Garenko enemies. A few enemies even despawn themselves before they're a threat. One of the worst aspects of this stage is just how backwards the difficulty curve is. The earlier portions of the stage, particularly the Chillman blocks, are much trickier than the endgame, and the level just sort of peters out and loses its momentum quickly. Still, I enjoyed the earlier chill block puzzles, and the level did offer enough safety nets and good design to buoy it up a bit. You could reset most of these too, which is always a plus. Crashman himself? Well, the joke there was funny the first time, but perhaps after dying I should have skipped the cutscene straight to the boss fight. Overall, the stage was solid. It had a real shame the difficulty had so little thought put into it. Yeah, Crashman was weird. I wanted to crush the next simulation, but it crushed me. I tried for an hour and then my processor overheated. I'm going to go back to the last simulation to cool down. I like that place. We are not one more leveling this. No way. Oh! Flashman's favorite? Wily rooms of weapons.
Is it his favorite, or is it...
Let's find out. I guess. It looks like a long one. There's a skip gate. Welcome, Bastion. I prepared a special surprise for you. 5 devious puzzle rooms. Since I'm dying to see you struggle with my puzzles, I'll get right to the point. In each room, my minions drop special weapons. If you pick up a weapon, you can only use that one until you get another. Find your way to the exit in all 5 rooms and you can escape, but that's unlikely. I designed these rooms after all. Still, if you beg hard enough, I might offer you a hint. Let's pay a visit to a wire box next to each teleport and give you your finest groveling. Tokens? I didn't put those in there. I don't think they're possible to get. You couldn't reach them unless you came up with entirely new solutions to the rooms. But since I designed the rooms, that's clearly impossible. Don't waste time trying to get them. Don't let Steve rely on them either. I'll only be able to tell you why they aren't possible to get. I certainly wouldn't let key details of the actual solution slip while telling you that. How rude. I prepared all this exposition and you just hang up on me. I don't want to do this level right now. This level doesn't have many screens, but you might spend over an hour trying to solve the puzzles without a guide. There's an easier solution to beating each room, but you'll need to find a harder solution if you want the token.
Well, this sounds like something me and you could probably get through.
Finding anything is tough for me. Yeah, next time. But I always get it eventually, unlike poor Itchman over there. Ow, I was worried about injuring myself, but I should have been worried about this splitting headache. It's all from those difficult puzzles. I still can't figure them out even with the hints. I'm sure this is even harder because I skipped the weapon tutorials at the hotel. Could you blame me? I tried break dash once. The enemies stay put. I went flying across the room in pieces. Those token puzzles. Those hard, complex, itchy token puzzles. Yeah, they make my diodes wriggle. I thought I could come back here and get the tokens from the area to the left, but just look, more puzzles. Really?
What?
Hey, we're getting the tokens now?
I mean, we can still try to get them later.
Okay.
I mean, you said we weren't doing this all the night.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I want to skip the tokens. I want to actually solve the puzzles.
We'll solve them to get the tokens next time.
Alright.
These sure are some dudes here. I guess that's gonna be it then.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, that'll be it until at some point.
Yeah.
Saturday.
Maybe.
Hopefully not tomorrow.
Mm.
It's like I actually want to play freaking like
Yeah.
PUBG again.
Yeah,
Whenever
me
we
too.
freaking- It's been months and months and months. The time discrepancy is getting crazy. Bastion unlocked the Gen Pow stuff and accidentally froze time. I don't know. What is going on? This is just getting silly. Alright, so yeah, hopefully we should be back tomorrow with RP stuff. If not, then one of us will do something.
Mm-hmm.
We'll continue with this later. I would leave it to doggos, but they're outside right now doing doggo things. Well, you could have heard me say that. Here, I'll let them back in. We can see Donna. Wait.
Puppies. We got puppies. Puppies. Hi, Luna. Hi, Cooters. Oh my gosh, they're so cute.
It's a husky pup.
Hi. Hi, Luna. Puppy.
Move by my hand. Alright, so yeah, we'll be back next time. Hopefully tomorrow night.
Yep. Good
Everybody
night,
stay well,
everybody.
be well. See you next time.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Bye.